okay, let me go out and see what's on the other part of the world. Went to UK, did masters, and said, before I go back, let me learn why is it that so difficult. In back in India, it's still considered that we have all the right values, but why is it still India and China the biggest emitters? Started Carbon Masters with another classmate of mine, Kevin. Both of us were a spin out from University of Edinburgh. I spent about 2 or 3 years figuring out various things. As a startup, you start, the best lowest investment is consulting. So we did that. We took off really well. The university was our first client. We started working on their carbon journey. Then I said, look, I'm done here. I want to go back to India and then replicate the same thing. And then for the next 1.5 years, 2012, I'm talking about. So it was really difficult here. People are not ready to pay. They're not ready to do any consulting work. The big fours were doing okay, especially in this area of climate change. And then we said, if people are not going to pay us for consulting, so how do we still, but the mission still remains the same, that we want to reduce carbon emissions. And that's what Carbon Masters wants to help, helping organizations to accelerate their journey towards a low carbon economy. The circular bit came later, right? So then when we started working on, the most obvious problem Bangalore was facing was the waste that's going into landfill. Every day, 4,000 tons just going into landfill. It's rather, I think, 6,000 now, of which 50% is biodegradable, and that shouldn't really end up in landfills. We then figured that, again, there is a simple solution. Biogas has been there for 100 odd years. Why can't we do it? Why can't we take all this material, put it into a biogas plant, and generate something that can be going back into reducing emissions? And then you figured that every ton of organic waste can give you 40 kgs of bio-CNG. 40 to 50 kgs, the quality is great. It can even give you 60, 70 kgs, right? But bare minimum, it can give you can extract methane, purified, bottle it, sell it as a replacement for LPG or any fossil fuel that you want. We then started running trucks on our same gas. That's when Mahindra came into picture. But I'll come on to that. The bit that I wanted to say was, at that point in time, we thought that, right, here's a low carbon solution that can change the world, beginning from India. I mean, and we saw that most of the plants all across the world are doing power generation. Whereas power, I mean, back then, it's already 2014, 2015, power was taking off in terms of solar. So doing power is not economically viable. And whereas if you do, energy prices had hit like all-time high. 2014, 2015, a kg of LPG was 115 rupees, 114 rupees per kg of LPG. Now it's around 70 rupees. Okay. So we said, right, here's the solution. We can do that. And we started doing that, and the energy prices fell. And of course, I'll come on to the capex part. We're still in the pilot plant, and the whole thing was, LPGs, oil prices are going to be cheaper than water and all that news. So we then said, how can you still make it viable? You have a byproduct, which is organic fertilizer, and we started working on that. And the organic fertilizer was, to our surprise, that you don't need chemical fertilizers. And India has been using excessive amount of chemical fertilizers, and the soil health is completely deteriorated. So, a good soil should have at least about 5% organic matter. Here, we're talking about less than 1.5%. So there's another byproduct. It's from the same facility. So we combined both. We branded it as Carbon Lights. And but the biggest challenge was, how do you raise capex? That's when Mahindra came in, because we had ran Mahindra's trucks on the same fuel. And we started pitching to several investors. Each plant costs about $2 million. And Mahindra did a pilot with us. And that really took off. And we solved the capex problem. So we came up with an asset light model. Now, what we're doing currently, we are working with across 2 states, 4 plants, all commercially viable. We are now actually looking to put about 80 to 100 plants in the next 5 years. And while all this was happening, 2010, there was no concept of bottling of bio-CNG. And now in last couple of years ago, government recognized, they've started a program called Satat, where 5,000 plants are going to be built up. So, there are a lot more startups who can come into this place. It is capital intensive. So we have created an Agri entrepreneur program where We can have agri entrepreneurs entering into the business, or entrepreneurs wanting to get a flavor of the business right at the very lowest capital investment of 2.5 lakhs per entrepreneur. And then they can manage in the rural area how to convert farmers. We help them, and they can actually, it can be both a mainstream income as a passive income. So we've tried to streamline the whole feedstock to the way how the industry should work. The solution is much more economically viable than existing fuel or chemical fertilizers. So that's been the journey. More than happy to take any specific questions.
Wonderful. So, as I said, I know what it is to start as a consulting and take a business to this level. Partially, I have a story on that, but that's a different day. But thank you so much. I mean, now that you enlightened all the other panelists also on what a startup like yours can do, and you've also told the parallels on how many other startups can also serve these organizations. So, I have a very general question to all. Before that, let me check if there is any audience question. Shri, do we have any audience question? Or let me actually ask this question, since this event is IoT Matrix and we have some of the smartest minds in IoT also here, AI here. Would like to hear how would you be, how would, I mean, let's keep this answer a little short in the interest of time. How have you been using IoT and data science, artificial intelligence in your organization to achieve your sustainability goals? Let me start with Ashwin. Ashwin, would like to hear your thoughts.
So I think a part of my answer previously sort of covered a lot of this, but I would say the biggest way in which we are driving IoT in general, and I would say AI or blockchain in specific, is that it's actually helping us cover up our traceability and transparency gaps that we are seeing in our larger value chain. So right from agriculture to water to packaging to renewable electricity also, there is a solution which exists for all of this, which we are implementing now, few in pilot stages, few in pretty much advanced stages. If I have to take one example, I'll quickly highlight the Zoom Agri example that I just took, which is literally a portable device, a very small device, which is building up an AI database not just in India based on the barley varieties, but globally. So as we talk, the AI in that system improves minute on minute. And what we will have probably 1 or 2 years down the line is an application, and then you won't even require a printer. It will just be a software in which you can install it on your phone. You can just scan the barley variety and you can get the level of purity of barley varieties in that lot that you are scanning. So that is the extent of digitization which is possible and which we are now seeing happening. So yeah, I will leave it at that example and say let's just ponder and think about what is possible.
Thanks, Ashwin. Dr. Sunita, I would like to hear your thoughts.
So, since we are a developer, there is a lot that is happening around IoT and buildings. I want to touch upon that. But before that, it is on ESG and AI. And how, from an investor perspective, these platforms are being used to understand what are the challenges across sectors. So it's not just our sector, real estate, but there are platforms that can help you extract and understand what are the trends, what are the different companies working on, what are they talking about, what are the issues, and so on. So all of this is being mined. So this data mining happens, and you come to know that, and you can derive intelligence from that. So sectoral issues that are plaguing, say, the real estate sector or mining sector or steel sector, a cement sector, you can understand, okay, what are the areas that other people are working on, they're talking about, they're, so this kind of ESG platforms based on AI and natural language processing exists, and we have used it to help us identify what are our material issues on which we should focus, and help us to attack all these issues from an environmental and a social perspective, so that we can, do targeted action and develop our roadmap. So that's one key intervention using a technology platform. It's a UK-based platform which helps us understand, which has helped us to understand this aspect with a little bit more clarity, rather than us doing the, trying and to Google search and trying to find, okay, what's trending and so on. So that's one aspect. The other is around the buildings, and we have 100% green portfolio, and this ambition to realize that how we can get better. It's primarily around how we can monitor the resources, water, energy aspects, and these are all IoT-based systems that can help us understand, measure, manage, monitor. So we are looking at that from a water perspective, similarly from a energy perspective, so that even during the occupancy phase, we are able to monitor the energy and the water performance, and that should be beneficial for our customers. So this is the area of work that we are deeply interested in, from a device, embedding the device from a, and these platforms can actually give you a year-on-year continual savings. So it could be a flat 17% of your energy bills, or a flat 18% of your water bills. So I'm just giving some numbers because these are actually, because you can actionize it, you can see it on your app, and the customers are able to engage with even the asset performance inside. So if my geyser is consuming a lot of energy, am I able to measure and monitor it? Am I able to tap it, put it off? So all of these then become actionizable for the end user. And these are some of these technology platforms that we are deeply interested in, which can enable customers to reduce their energy and resource consumption footprint deeply. So these are the two major areas of work.
Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta. This was very amazing for amazing opportunities for many startup listening here. Let me quickly ask Abhishek as well. In the interest of time, if you can share some example, quick example, or your interest on how you're using IoT and data science in your organization.
Yeah, so we are doing a bit of both. What Ashwin and Dr. Sunita said. So we are using it for traceability, because there are different fibers which are more sustainable, and people and customers, our customers, want to be able to ensure that they are indeed being used in the products. So cotton traceability is being widely using the traceability tools, blockchain-based tools, and even recycled materials like recycled polyester is people are providing these tools now, which we are implementing. Second is in terms of connecting our production machines. So we are using a lot of these tools now to understand and the profile, the consumption profile of different machines, how it gets impacted, and how we can reduce various resource consumption from the machine. We are also using automatic inspection. So after the post-production of fabrics, we've implemented solutions for automated inspection, and then learning from it to avoid any defects in the first place. So briefly, some of these applications are being used, and we are seeing a lot of other applications which are being offered, which we will implement gradually.
Thank you, Abhishek. I think definitely people would reach out to you to offer a solution from this forum. Atif sir, you actually mentioned how you're using data science IoT in your previous message. So I would just want to get a quick, any example that you want to share to the audience, which has proved very effective.
Yeah, I would say we are still taking baby steps. We are kind of building the foundation now, collecting all the data. And currently, because we are looking at a really large scale, so our methods are evolving continuously. Right now, the data is coming from buildings that have been certified or in the process of certification, which have been audited. But gradually, we think we would be able to switch over to IoT and gather data for monitoring those buildings. So monitoring not just the consumption, but also the leakages, because as you might know, there's a whole lot of leakage that happens on water supply, on electricity as well. And we might be losing like a quarter of our energy and water just through leakages. If we can overcome those leakages through proper monitoring using IoT, that would be a huge win. Then secondly, it's for optimization of buildings, so proper controls. One example is if the weather outside is good, maybe the windows can open by themselves and allow the natural wind to come in and shut off the air conditioning at the same time. And thirdly, it is to collect all this data to inform new buildings that might be coming up and kind of give an optimum mix of measures, design features that would be suitable for that building type in that location. Rather than have a global template, have a very local and customized template for people to build upon.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. I know we're almost out of time. So I know Som is looking for such IoT-based solution.
Yeah,
So
Ganesh.
on behalf of Som, I'm actually sharing audience. Som is doing an excellent work in his, I call it as one of the best circular economy projects in the world. And so you all can be part of Som's work as well. Reach out to him. He's on this one. If you want to reach out to him for helping him in building an IoT tech stack or something, I think is the excellent use of your
Absolutely.
technical skills. So thank you so much, all of you, for your time. I mean, this was amazing. So much of learning. I personally learned a lot of things. On behalf of Sus Mafia as well, I would like to engage with you all, with the other entrepreneurs who are part of Sus Mafia as well, and provide to you and various other people who are seeking for sustainability solution. Thank you so much, and looking forward for more action and more growth in this field, so that we match the economic growth with the environment, social, and the governance goals of the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ganesh.
Ganesh.
Thank you to the excellent sustainability future panel. Uh, I really enjoyed the discussion. In fact, as you were speaking, I was picking up tips on how to save energy at home and at my office. So big word of thanks to Ganesh Shankar, CEO and founder FluxGen and co-founder of Sustainability Mafia, susmafia.org, for putting together the panel and moderating it so well. We really enjoyed the flow of the discussion. A big thank you to the panelists, Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Head of Sustainability, Mahindra Lifesaved Developers, Mr. Autif Syed, Country Lead, Green Building Program, IFC, Mr. Abhishek Bansal, Chief Sustainability Officer of the Arvind Group, Mr. Som Narayan, Partner and Co-founder, Cotton Masters, Mr. Ashwin Kak, Associate Director, Sustainability and Agriculture, AB InBev, India. Thank you all so much. To the audience now. So in case anyone has missed any part of this session, if you were not there at the beginning, the entire recording of the session would be available on our platform. Please visit our website and we will show you the link to all these recordings, not just today, but over the last 6 years. Thank you. Have a great day to the panelists. People in the audience, please continue. The next track that is coming up is AgriTech. That would be moderated by Mr. Ashok Meda, co-chair and a core member of the IoT Forum. So thank you to the panel. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we wait for the next session to begin, a quick, shall I say, word from the organizers to the entire audience. We actually have prizes for you. The prizes would be given to the people that send us the 10 most, the 10 people that send us the maximum number of relevant questions. The questions that you can post in your Q&A box at the side of your screen. We shall be picking up those questions. Welcome, Ashok. We have on stage now Mr. Ashok Meda. He is the session chair for the next session, and this session is on sustainable agri-tech value chain linkages. Over to you, Ashok. Take it away.
Thanks, Joy. Good morning. So nice to be seeing right in the morning, fresh so much in Bangalore. I think it's like a very great day. In the sense, AgriTech rang the bell with my good friend Ganesh Shankar, putting so many technology aspects in line. IoT Forum, I think it has passed through the infancy of 5 years, stepping into fifth year. IoTMatrix, I think it's a think tank in terms, in its real true sense. Now with the thought leaders coming into all of us, connected so well, with intelligence coming in, creativity coming in, and so many words Ganesh covered just right now. To start, like yesterday, we started with Mahindra's coming into e-vehicles, e-mobility. And today we start Mahindra in a greening. And now we also have Mahindra here in AgriTech. So I think this is a matter of convergence happening in terms of the value chains. It's something like from cars, we went to data, and then now we're coming to the kind of agri domain vertical itself, and convergence of multiple technology solutions is happening here. I think to use yesterday's word, is it a booster shot of technology we see right in agri domain? It's a matter of disruptive minds, putting the changing mindset even at the grassroots, and then even the kind of building digital economy even at the production side of the grassroots. Today's theme is more on the value chain. What we see in the ground is more of the broken value chains. The producer doesn't know who is doing the processing, who does the value add to the commodities, and who does take it ahead to the kind of supply chain, reach the consumers to give the kind of food nutrition wise the customer delight. And our effort here is to build up the agri value chains. And how do you establish the linkages? And we have a distinguished panelist today, starting the entire session is Dr. Ayyappan. I think he'll be giving us a kind of initial keynote remarks, setting the theme for us. Dr. Ayyappan is not at all new to us, and he was with IoT Forum 3 years back when he was Director General of Indian Council of Agricultural Research. That's the premier body established by Government of India and run across the country. It manages the universities, it manages the Krishi Vijnana Kendra, touching the kind of grassroots at farming community side. And then it also connects the technology experts, both on the domain side and IT aspects coming in. Welcome, Dr. Ayyappan. Now that you are in Bangalore, you are more accessible to us. And he heads the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy for us. And you will all be surprised to know that he also is the Chancellor appointed by the President of India for the Northeastern States Agriculture Campuses. So he connects across the world, a diversity, a very heterogeneous agroclimatic zones, and brings down his experience and great words to come in. Dr. Ayyappan, we have seen 3 years back, the entire world is dynamic. Like the technology changes, climate brings the changes, and we will see the new aspects, what you have to bring to the table here. Soon after the keynote address, we will have the panelists. The moderation happens from Hemendra Mathur. I will introduce Hemendra Mathur in a while now. After he's there on the screen right away. After the keynote address, Hemendra Mathur I will introduce, and he will take us on to a kind of very distinguished experts supporting the value chain, agri value chains across board. Over to you, Dr. Ayyappan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashok. I hope I'm audible. Thank you very much for the kind words. Grateful for this opportunity. Distinguished panelists, Mr. Ashok, who is the key person in all this, and the esteemed audience. Great privilege to be interacting with you on this platform. And I'm not taking more time. I would like to bring a few slides before you, so I can be more uh, uh, more explicit in what I would like to mention. Are the slides visible? Hello?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Esteemed colleagues, in the agri value chain concept, over the years, as we have been looking at things happening, food sector is going to be the future for new initiatives, innovations, startups, whatever you call. So in that mode, we always need to have a reference point, and you are aware the sustainable development goals SDGs 2030, 7 of them at least dealing with food and agriculture are our key points, key reference points in whatever we do in the efforts towards meeting these goals. And as I said, food sector is the future. The canvas is so huge for all of us to be working on. And with a population about nearing 8 billion today, 7.9 billion on the planet Earth, and then the food production to be around 3 billion tons. And this is what it is. And the trade has become imminent, and then it's going on in that brisk manner, and a huge opportunity for any of the stakeholders to be getting in along with the farmers. And you are seeing the requirement, food requirement, as we would reach 9 billion in another 30 years. The requirement is at least 50% more than what we are producing now, in spite of all the climate change, other biotic stresses that are operating, and the food loss is also very staggering. About 1.3 billion tons of the 3 billion tons, that's very, very huge. And that's what offers many activities in the food area. And when it comes to Asia, let's be sure we are producing more than 60% or nearly 60% of the population. And then food production is also about 50%. So for all of us, we have huge opportunities. Not going to details, friends, we are aware India, just about 4% of the global water, 2.5% of the global area, but 17-18% of the human population, 15% of livestock. Now, this is what is important, that we have again an opportunity here. And since we are speaking from Bangalore, the hub of all the startups, Karnataka also offers a range of opportunities. But what we also need to keep in mind is, like in Asian agriculture, Indian agriculture also is also dominated by smallholder farmers, less than 2 hectares area, and an integrated farming. It's always with the livestock and several other activities. So we need to design our approach and activities accordingly to address these specifics of the Indian subcontinent. Now here, the gross value is more than $400 billion. While when you compare to US, it's $300 billion when it comes to food. And we were talking of field crops, food grains, and all the time cereals, pulses, oil seeds, where of course 70% of the farmers are working, but that's only $100 billion. Horticulture, fruits and vegetables have taken over so much, and equally the livestock and fisheries. Now together, these two are more than $200 billion. Now, India, 8% of the global farm produce and export also. We are a huge domestic market. So please appreciate the magnitude of the domestic market, and this is what is the opportunity. It need not be always export oriented. Now, while the media always talks of the food grain production to be around 294 million tons every year in this country, let me tell you, when we add up milk, 170 million tons, and horticulture produce more than 300 million tons, fruits and vegetables. Similarly, meat, fish, egg, all of them, if you put together, it's nearly 800 million tons of food that we are dealing with. It's not just the 290 million tons of food grains. Now, again, the demands are high. We need to be going to something like 350 million tons by 2030 and more than 400 by 2050. As I said, the factors that we need to be addressing challenges are climate change, of course, but the urban migration, rural to urban migration, volatile markets, and so on. So transformational changes that are happening in all other sectors of economy And similarly, in agriculture, there is a huge opportunity for bringing in new skills, new ideas, and innovations. So this is where we are talking about new agriculture, more from less for more, a clear shift from starch to protein. And you would appreciate it has been a lot of stress, but secondary agriculture, value addition, food safety, quality assurance, and so on. So that's where we are talking about an entire spectrum of agriculture to food to nutrition to health, environment, and employment. Now we are very familiar with this paradigm of doubling farmers' income. Now the recipes are to have more of integration, diversification, clustering, cutting costs. Now that's where efficiency has to be brought in. That's where we require you, the new players with new ideas and adding value. And then you would also appreciate, I talked of climate change already twice, and then also the stresses, disasters also increasing. You are seeing the number of cyclones, drought cycle, and so on. Now that's where insurance comes in. Innovative insurance models are also very important. Now everybody wants to be smart. Why not the farmer? So that's where they're trying a smart farming. Climate could be climate smart, nutrient smart, energy smart, and definitely knowledge smart farming, knowledge smart agriculture. And just for example, in the previous session, I was hearing about the fertilizers, water management, so on. A 1 kilogram of paddy requires 1,600 liters of water. Paddy, it's not rice. No, you can. So that's where a huge opportunity for cutting down on these inputs, bringing in greater efficiencies. Can we be water smart? And this is just an example of the water budgeting for different crops and commodities. Opportunities galore. Seed to market, Indian seed market, for example, it's going to be of the order of $5 billion. And here again, private players are already more than 50%, and the future is going to be nearly 70%. It could be nano fertilizers, again smart nutrient management, or it could be nutri farms, designer crops designed to the requirements, to the recipes, and so on, or the upcoming models of hydroponics and aquatourism. The several dimensions that are coming into traditional farming. Now, when it comes to COVID, that's what we are reeling under, and hopefully we'll recover soon. Now, the impact, as per the international global assessments, it's been a medium impact. When all the other sectors were down, you would appreciate three aspects. One, the health sector, the municipalities, and the agriculture sector, food production sector. These three were all the time active. And in fact, the agricultural growth rates have gone up, and contribution to GDP also to the tune of about 2% in this intervening period. Now, farm mechanization has come into fore. Farmer to consumer direct has come into fore. Door delivery systems, those Swiggy models, several things have come in. And then in the same context, people are talking more and more of FPOs and agri startups. Now, the point is, are we there in agriculture? Does agriculture provide all those opportunities? As per the Global Startup Ecosystem Report 2018, the top 4 growing sectors are advanced manufacturing, robotics, and second only is AgTech and new food, with an annual growth rate of over 14%. And this is where we are offering diverse agri canvas, and as I said, it's multiple food production systems, and then a lot of beyond farm activities. That is what is secondary agriculture. It's not just the plowing and the sowing and the harvesting on the field, much beyond. Now, when it comes to, I mentioned about the harvest and post-harvest losses. In India too, the estimates are something like $13 billion. If I can tell in terms of rupees, it's about nearly a lakh crore rupees of food lost in different farms. And this, unless we conserve it, in fact, the Food and Agriculture Organization says, save and grow. You need not grow more just by saving. This is just an example of what are the loss rates in different commodities. And here, primary to secondary agriculture, a clear shift from primary to agriculture is the way forward. I would again not go into details. You are familiar with many of these. Many subsystems for operations are inputs, production, processing, marketing, and the support subsystems. In each of these, there are several opportunities and the new technologies that are coming up. Again, you are familiar. We need these very badly. We have been talking of IoT. The main platform is IoT. So grateful to all the colleagues who have come in and the audience. You would bring in new ideas now. Right now, it's mainly with regard to water management, and it could be a little of temperature management in protected cultivation. But I must tell you, a huge opportunity. A mention was made in the previous session. For example, barley quality digitized. Each one of these opportunities with regard to deep learning, AI, blockchain, and so on, including the agrivoltaics. Now, people have been talking about when you talk to the farmers on the ground, they are excited about the robots. For example, plucking coconut today, it's 700 rupees daily labor cost when it comes to just harvesting paddy or coconut. Now, this is where people are looking for mechanization. Farmers are hungry for new technologies. Can we bring in those relevant customized technologies? The country has more than 127 agroecological zones. So the approach has to be customized. It cannot be one size fit all. So kindly think about it. Opportunities ranging from food grains to plantation crops. Just for examples of youngsters who are taken to innovations. Now, the one picture is from Assam. The way a colleague, Ms. Vishwanath, has diversified just from paddy to several other things that you would see in the farm, or in Bangalore, hydroponics and terrace farming, or terrace farming in Cochin, and similar, I can go on, or the recirculatory agriculture system, high productions, or in Maharashtra. So I can go on. These are hundreds of case studies that we have been able to capture and document, or simple things like coconut with a screw cap. It was very interesting, or bamboo water bottles replacing plastics. Now this way, when we discuss, this is where is an opportunity for a need for agri-business incubators and an opportunity for the agri startups. Right now, we see about 600 agri startups going on in the country in different forms, but the future is, we think it could be 5,000 in the next 3 to 4 years. Now, the issues and challenges, again, not going into detail, that you're familiar of with regard to funding, with regard to the ambience, with regard to clarity in regulations, and the market access, and then also the agri data that we need to be accessing, reliable data, and then IP, and not the least, IP protection certification, and that we need to be addressing. Last few points on the ground, when we discuss with the startups, new initiatives, innovators, and so on, they bring in some of these aspects of financing, the labor, markets, and risk management. At the same time, technology sourcing in robust technologies, and then complementing each other. The startups, when we come, since we're operating in specific domains, there's a huge scope for complementing. Can that be achieved? Data sourcing and customizing information into good knowledge. And while the other formats are all working today, but what is required is fast tracking, and that is possible only with new ideas, innovations, and investors. Now, I just mentioned about the incubators and startups. Mentoring entrepreneurs comprehensively is the need of the hour. Those of you who are seniors could take on this role. A good Agri Connect from the people who have come to startups. Many of them are not in traditional agriculture. A good Agri Connect, and then, as I said, the skill sets. It's a lot of skills that are required in farming, as against the public perception that agriculture is very easy, farming is just routine. No, it's not. To become a good farmer, to earn profits, to become remunerative, to become sustainable, it's a lot of skill sets that are required. And also, how do we address the risks involved in farming? Now, friends, colleagues, audience, what we require at this stage is innovative financing. It's very much required. Accelerators, angel investors, digitized fintech. I'm sure the esteemed panelists will be speaking about all these aspects. The venture capitals, bridge funding. There are several formats that are going on that need to be properly institutionalized. So the strategy is strong partnerships between R&D institutions and the ag enterprise, the early stage funding, because we have a lot of ideas that our colleagues are bringing in. Then incubation infrastructure, again, PPP has a big scope. Then the state support in terms of incentives and concessions. Recently also policies are being discussed in this aspect. At the university level, catching people young, catching students, making them entrepreneurs, agripreneurs. This is what is interesting. The way forward is innovation platforms, a good convergence of technology, skills, and financing, secondary agriculture at the cost of repetition, because that's what is the future of agriculture. Then market access opportunities. You would appreciate only last month the Ministry of Food Processing in India brought up the one district, one product scheme. So huge possibilities there to tap funds from the ministry. Then finally, it's a lot of foresight, innovation, and partnerships. That's what we would like to emphasize on for ease of farming. With these words, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
There's no words to thank you, Dr. Ayappan. To put in a few words, I think you have sold Agri to the techies.
Thank you.
You have told the kind of needs there, and the TIE and IoT Forum tries to blend this technology into the domains, and this vertical Agri, you have really sold it. I think the one very catchy word you put is de-stress and de-stress. I think the stress on the agri community at the grassroots level should be released by the startups who do the customization. And that's the way to go. And the strategic aspects you bulleted on us on the screen are they actually the themes we are setting for today, and also projectize these suggestions which will spring up from this sessions now and going ahead till 1 o'clock today. We'll be more on constructing the kind of ecosystem where the value chain should accommodate all of us together. Maybe it's not just production, but productivity, and give a handful of earnings for each of the stakeholders across the value chain. In fact, going ahead, the fund mobilization is most crucial, as you said. The money has to come in, capital formation has to be there in Agri, and you'll see lots of panelists, expert panelists coming on the screen. And we also have a fireside chat with the leaders in the finance sector, mobilizing funds for the Indian agriculture. And then we also have the NABVENTURES coming in later, and startups doing the customized solutions for the problem statements coming from the grassroots. I think this is a great day to go. Dr. Ayappan, please stay with us and have participate in the Q&A and the interactive sessions coming up. I would like to get Hemendra on screen. Hemendraji, you can put the video camera on.
Yeah, I'm there, Ashokji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome here, Hemendra.
We can see it all.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you making it time. I think Delhi should be very cold for you now, and the chill is not appearing on your face. You're very warm. And Hemendra, I think you are here representing the FICCI, particularly the kind of task force you had on the startups focusing kind of dedicated to AgriTech. Hemendra has been an agriculture engineer by his own academic qualification, and then is alumni of IMA. 2 decades plus, he is there in the venture capital and the private equity bracket, and he has been a management consultant, and investment banking is his foray. Investments are spread into the early stage, which is very much required in agri domain, and mid-sized corporates, not the large corporates. He catches hold of the mid-sized corporates coming in, putting them in appropriate agri value chain stakeholder. He's been a mentor, investor, and a board member in a couple of organizations which are sitting through. And in advisory, he's both on the food, nutrition, and agri-tech startups. Innovations across the value chain we see in him, like agri inputs, market linkages, which is all the theme for us, including the mechanization, food nutrition, and value chain financing. I think lots of innovations are happening from the organization he heads, like Bharat Innovations. And Think AG is one of the think tank he is leading, particularly adapting innovations for the startups. And I think he pulls out the problems from the across the country, different states, and his background has also been with Rabobank much earlier. I have seen him when I was in ING over there abroad. He is back in India and he is with us. He will moderate a kind of expert panelist. Uh, we have a finance side, we have, as Dr. Ayyappan was telling, the risk mitigation, which happens in terms of the innovative insurance coverage for the agri domain. And we have mechanization coming from Mahindra. We have the investors from Singapore, Rajiv. I think, Hemendra, you can start introducing them, and the floor is yours. All the best to you. Bye.
Thanks, Ashokji, and thanks to IoTMatrix for this wonderful opportunity. Thanks to Dr. Ayyappan. I think he's laid a very strong foundation for this panel. I think he's already put the executive summary of what we are going to discuss in next 45 minutes. So thanks very much for that wonderful talk. And I'm really fortunate to have a wonderful set of panelists. I'm really worried whether I can do justice to their experience in next 45 minutes, but I'll try my best. Let me start with introducing them briefly in the interest of time. We have Mr. Rajiv Ayyappa. Rajiv is the CEO of Plataforma Asia. He's set up a platform investing in multiple agribusinesses, a state-of-the-art coconut processing facility, frozen food products, dairy in Calcutta. Rajiv, we look forward to hear from you. Welcome to the panel. Right. Then we have Arindam Datta. He's Executive Director, Rural and Developmental Banking at Rabobank. A very good friend, ex-colleague, and a champion of Indian AgriTech. He's the backstage player, supported so many AgTech entrepreneurs from Rabobank. And welcome, Arindam, to the panel. We very much look forward to hear from you. Then we have Mr. Vedarya ji, founder and MD, Srijan Infratech. I don't think he needs any introduction. Veteran in the industry, a lot of experience in the supply chain, social enterprises, and I think your experience is going to be very valuable to all the AgriTech entrepreneurs who are listening to this panel. So welcome to the panel. We have Mr. Rubesh Kumar Methi. He works as consultant with Denforce Power Solutions. He has loads of experience in automation and mechanization. He has earlier worked with organizations like Mahindra and Mahindra, John Deere. Very strong agri value chain experience across the board. And last but not the least, Dr. Srini Sundaram. He's the founder and CEO at Agvesto. He's joining from London. Must be really early morning for you. So thanks very much for accommodating and joining the panel. He has lots of experience in building innovative financing products, and particularly on the insurance side, which, as Dr. Ayyappan mentioned, is also very critical to make agriculture sustainable. So welcome, Srini, to the panel, and again, thanks Ashokji and Dr. Ayyappan for all the introduction. So let's get started. I'll just take a minute or two to set the context, and then we can go over the panel for specific questions. As Dr. Ayyappan mentioned, I think the big challenge agriculture faces today is sustainability. On one hand, if you look at globally, we have about 500 million smallholder farmers owning less than 2 hectares of land. Which essentially means 2 billion people in the world are dependent on smallholder farming for livelihood. But the challenges, I think we all know, increasing climate risk, the cost of capital in agriculture across the board is very, very high. And the access to market, I think it's a universal challenge that we need to solve for. So I think that's on the one end. On the other hand, we have 7 billion people, which is going to become 10 billion by 2050. There's an estimate we'll need 70% more food by 2050. And we all know that the productivity is not going up. We are wasting a lot of food in the supply chain. So I think it's a serious issue of food security, which may come up. And we are talking nutritional security, right? So in fact, we have to move forward from food security to nutritional security. And I think the way I see, and I'm sure most of the panelists would agree, is one of the way forward is build technology, build innovation, integrate that into the supply chain, and make it more productive, efficient, demand driven. I think that's probably is the solution. And I think that's what we want to discuss in today's panel. So I'll pause here and let me start with the first question to Arindam. Arindam, you've been in the space for a long, long time. My specific question to you, how Agri FinTech can help improve penetration of institutional credit to farmers? You know, how do we bring the cost of capital down to make farming more sustainable?
Thanks, Hemendra. Thanks, Ashok. Thanks, Dr. Ayappan. Your presentation was comprehensive and wonderful, and it really set the context. So, Hemendra, jumping straight to the point, if you look at the history of farmer financing, it's not only an India story, but it's a global story for all fragmented, upstream agri countries where we have dominance of smallholder farmers. It's the information asymmetry, something that Dr. Ayappan touched on. And because of the information asymmetry, there are two main costs, that's a transaction cost and the risk cost, are very, very high for the financial institutions. When you look at building up a portfolio, it requires a lot of due diligence on the origination and monitoring side. And if you look at the history of the portfolios of the retail financing institutions globally and in India, there have been issues in terms of the provision cost or the losses. Now, what is the change that we are expecting because of technology? Now, technology has in power to address the issue of information asymmetry. Now, once the digitization of farmers, the farmland, and the produce is done, it is possible. That's the hypothesis, that for financial institutions and for other real sector players to be able to make meaningful decisions which are optimal in nature is to be able to work with the farmers who are viable, who do good business, who get the right inputs, who have access to finance, and banks can put in the capital which is required for the growth of the farm sector. Right now, it's almost, doing it in a blind way and relying on a lot of external factors over which financial institutions do not have control on to ensure a good, healthy portfolio. So the biggest change that we can see with the digitization process, with all the fintech platforms and also the agtech companies who have very critical data on the farmers and their business and their market linkages, the kind of inputs, the good advisory they receive would be excellent inputs for the financial institutions to be able to reach out to smallholder farmers. So technology could potentially be a game changer with a couple of caveats. These solutions need to be co-created between the financial institution and fintech companies, because if they are not co-created together, it will be very, very difficult for different technologies to work together for the credit and the risk management team in the banks to be able to accept the solutions which are being provided. So that's one. Second is digitization itself is a very expensive affair. And so what we are talking of in the initial years is a lot of physical, that's a lot of physical interventions along with digitization at the ground level. So for the cost to come down, it's going to take its own time. It's not going to happen immediately. It's only when the digitization becomes a reality and it becomes more dynamic. That is all the different activities that's happening in the ag value chain, especially at the smallholders level, that is getting captured in a dynamic manner. Will it really work to bring down the transaction cost and to manage risk? So that's what we are looking for. And the good part is in India, a lot of such initiatives are coming up. Some of them have already started unlocking capital from mainstream financial institution. It's still early days, but in the interest of ensuring access to finance, it is for all the stakeholders, whether it's the government, development sector, financial institutions, all the players here in the panel, to be able to work together to make this become a reality. I'll stop here, Hemendra, for the time being.
Thanks, Arindam. Keywords: digitization, phygital, co-creation. I think that we will keep coming back to. Thank you. My next question is to Vedarya ji. Vedarya ji, how do we bring in more social capital to help grassroots innovation scale? I think we see so many grassroots innovations, but it takes a lot of effort and time to scale them. How do we bring more of a social capital, which is also critical to bring this innovation accessible to large set of farmers?
Thank you, Hemant, for that pointed question. I must first again thank Dr. Ayyappan to lay the foundation, lay the whole framework, and also even show the way forward. Many of those suggestions are being already implemented as you showed. And thank you, Ashok, for putting it all together. Social capital often is understood as SHGs, one of the Grameen Bank model Nobel Prize winning innovation was bringing women together, which also financial institutions are using. SHG bank linkage is already there. And why I mention SHGs as a primary way of bringing people together, social capital, the Ministry of Rural Development has brought more than 73 million rural poor women into groups. Into groups, 66 million groups are already, 66.6 million groups are there across 15 to 20 states. So this is a major way I think we need social capital to come in. Second, other way of social capital, which Dr. Ayyappan mentioned, was farmer producer organizations. NABARD alone and SFAC of Ministry of Agriculture has promoted 2,600 farmer producer organizations. This is a modern avatar of the cooperatives in the Amul this thing. Government also now is planning to promote 10,000 more such FPOs. Now, why do we need the social capital? Any agriculture technology or any agri-tech entrepreneur would need to source the raw material. If we talk about agri-tech, from the villages. So these rural poor women, and we know 65% of holdings, as Dr. Ayyappan pointed out and Arindam pointed out, are fragmented land holdings. So obviously you need aggregation, you need to reach economies of scale, you need to bring people together and they are produced together. That's why the social capital, which is already available in the form of SHGs and FPOs, will be critical. And that's why also co-creation, you cannot do it alone. If they remain in one silo and agri-tech entrepreneurs remain in another silo, I'll come to that point later. So it's important to work with already pre-existing, already promoted SHGs and FPOs. Second point, for innovations to scale, we have to demystify and scale down technology. Otherwise, technologies, often I have found technology entrepreneurs, many of the entrepreneurs which are promoted by, I won't name, are incubators, are so tech focused that they remain in urban areas and they don't have any sort of boots on the ground, so to say. So we need to demystify and scale down such technology in such a way that now that we have electrification in most of the villages, they can be used in the village itself. Third leg where we need for the innovations to scale is transferring that technology and skills to rural poor women, so they are and rural entrepreneurs, so they become invested in this and they actually sustain any value chain that an entrepreneur cannot do everything. He has to focus on marketing, he has to focus on processing technology. The other three things, let me illustrate by an example of a program that I run. As Srijal, of course, I set up the federations and FPOs, and we reach 1 lakh families. As a promoter of Buddha Fellowship Program, which is an entrepreneur development program, we bring IIT, IIM graduates. One of the entrepreneurs actually has built a value chain for custard apple. And the custard apple is not the type in Nashik where you cultivate, but across the central Indian tribal belt, custard apple grows in the forest. You know what they get? The women are selling it to traders at 2 rupees a kilogram, 3 rupees a kilogram. What do we get it in Bangalore for? I'm sure Delhi, 200 rupees a kilogram. Look at the value chain differential is huge. But why is that so? Because of the perishability. and no housewife, not my wife, not your wife, will like to get or buy custard apple because of messy fruit. So, and it's so perishable, it turns brown, Dr. Ayyappan knows. So, browning itself will reduce the value. Trader also is in a fix because it's perishable. He's also taking risks. So, he's giving 2 rupees only in the tribal areas. How do you use technology? Individual quick freezing, simple technology IQF. You bring down the temperature to minus 30 degrees. If you already pre-packaged custard apple pulp, it turns into a stone and you can store it. So Rakesh Gupta, my Buddha fellow, actually did that and is selling that to Have More and such other ice cream companies. And he's able to give 8 to 10 or 12 rupees a kg to the same tribal women in Udaipur or in Chinwada. And that is one example of also scaling down technologies to the village level where the electricity is available. IQF can be done and storage can be done, although large amount of storage is doing in a city like Udaipur. And then transferring technology, now he is transferring this to the FPOs in both the places. The women are becoming entrepreneurs and they are undertaking processing of custard apple on their own and storing and marketing. So I am illustrating this is scaling of the grassroots innovation is possible if we rely and trust the capacity of our women who might be tribal, who might be illiterate, but they are very quick to learn. As our farmer is innovative, they're quick to learn and they can set up their own enterprises and they can also set up their processing centers in the villages. So we have to bring down the technology to that level that it can be processing. And Dr. Ayyappan talked about 1.3 billion tons of wastage worth 1 lakh crore. Perishable fruits and vegetables, we have a wastage of 10 to 15% in the country, this country itself. So we need those processing technologies that will reduce this wastage and enhance the income of the small and marginal farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ved Aryaji. Very important point you mentioned, and it's a great example that you gave. I think we need to take value addition closer and closer to the farm. I think that's the only way we can increase farmer share in consumer price. We can achieve the goal of doubling farmer income. I think this is a great example. And could you emphasize the role of SHGs, FPOs, women farmers? I think they are so central to the theme, and I think no agri-tech innovation can scale unless we get them inclusive to build access to the farmer. So that's great thought to have. My next question is to Rajiv. Rajiv, how do you see agri-tech innovation improving the unit economics in the supply chain? And I'm also intrigued by your platform approach to build multiple agribusinesses. I think that will also be interesting to hear from you.
Yes, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Fantastic forum and good work by Ashok. Very nice moderating by Hemendra. Dr. Ayyappan has set the stage. It's wonderful. And the previous speakers, Arindam and Ved Aryaji have actually spoken very well. And I'm sure the speakers coming forward are good. When I speak and I answer your question, I'll just relate them to some of the things we actually do on the ground, just so that what I talk about actually matches what we do. So to answer your question about how unit economics will benefit, we have a value chain approach. We have a platform approach. What we are focused on is looking at the entire value chain from beginning to end and seeing if you can, and that's how AgriTech actually brings a lot of benefits to us. By understanding, there are a lot of platforms, by the way, that are developing very well in our country. By understanding the bigger picture, they're able to predict what's going to happen next, price prediction, demand and supply gap prediction, and that's how we can get best of unit economics. In this, I also want to compare the way traditional businesses have been conducted, where there is a pure a buy and a sell depending on demand and supply, versus a value creation approach, which looks at the entire supply chain, and therefore the best prices are always got between. I mean, Ved Aryaji just pointed out an example of 2 rupees from a tribal lady versus 200 rupees in the supermarket for us. That kind of price imparity can actually be captured by having a bigger picture approach. What we do is invest in companies that go right from, we are very fortunate to have an entrepreneur straight out of university, a robotics company. Their product is almost ready, going in for trials at the University of Agriculture Sciences in Bangalore. We also have very advanced process facilities. For example, the coconut processing plant that we have recently acquired in Vizag. And that's the best way to get unit economics to the table. Hemendra?
Yeah, okay, no, that's great. That's great. I think it's lots of word of thoughts, lots of words of wisdom in this what you said. And I think agri-tech innovations in general have a huge role in improving farm economics, particularly in terms of increasing farmer income, optimization of agri inputs, and of course de-risking farming. I think that is equally important. And that's where I want to go to Srini, who has a lot of experience in this area. Srini, we all know that farming is subjected to multiple risks, be it climate risk, be it risk because of volatility of prices, risk because of lack of market access, long value chains and stuff like that. And if you look at smallholder farming, it is that the level of risk is at a very different level. So I think one challenge that we have faced in India, and I'm sure it's true for rest of the world also, is to build good insurance products for farmers. I think how do we penetrate, how do we deepen the ecosystem for insurance products in farming? I think if you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, thanks, Hemendra. Very good morning to everyone in India, and it's a pleasure to be here. So perhaps I can just walk you through a little bit about what's the role of public sector and private sector when it comes to addressing the challenges as far as risk is concerned within ag, which is a good place to start. In any given economy, whether it's a developing economy or a much developed country like US, for example, the role of public and private sector when it comes to looking at any risk management within a sector of GDP is a function of a very proactive policy making in addressing the risk, which is where it all starts with. And then the private players bring the right capital and the protection instruments to transfer the risk. If you look at the scale of the problem globally, and then I'll come to India, natural disasters have been picking up pace like people haven't seen before. We've seen it in India, we've seen it in this part of the world. They all come in different forms. And primarily, there's an imbalance between the land where farmers grow, the ocean, which predominantly dominates most of the earth as far as the mass is concerned, and then the atmosphere, where there are a lot of man-made activities related to changing the balance of pollutants in the atmosphere. If you basically couple all of these as a system, naturally, there is an imbalance which is sitting out there. And it wasn't prominent in the last 50 years, but in the last 20 years, it certainly picked up pace. What does it mean from a GDP point of view is there's about 230 billion, which is in a single year alone, people lost in natural disasters. That's both urban and the rural area combined. If you look at the role of insurance, there's only 71 billion which got insured globally. This remaining 160 billion is someone basically is out there facing it in their balance sheet. And if you look at who's that someone, predominantly it comes to mostly public sector in low-income countries, including in India. We have a program which is run by the government, Pradhan Mantri scheme. So when the public sector basically faces huge losses in their balance sheet, naturally the ability for them to borrow in the overseas market gets very curtailed. So the link between the bond markets and the credit markets and the insurance market is fairly tightened. And in the past, they used to be two separate, where they independently have a machine which functions. With climate change, they have actually brought them together, which means many countries, when they do come to overseas market, whether you're a corporate or you're a government or a municipality, when they do come to overseas market, it's extremely hard for you to raise money at the sustainable rate. On the other side, you have investors basically who want to transfer this risk, because whether you take farming as an asset class or you take forestry or you take real assets, which we build, investors don't want to sit on this like long-term exposure from a risk management point of view. So when you link basically the institutional kind of issues and then back to the farming where, I think 1 acre farmer is trying to transfer some of this risk, it's very hard to decouple them because they eventually follow all the way down to how a 1 acre farmer could borrow from an institution, which could be an NBFC or a bank per se. And what we felt probably would be a good idea is to say, if you think about the risk transfer, each and every country has got its own kind of dynamics. You start with the US. Why US flourishes is because it's a perfect recipe for all the natural disasters in one country. Not too dissimilar to India from a geography point of view. You've got an extremely hot conditions in the south. As you move up to north, there's freezing conditions every winter. So you can walk across different areas of the US and you can set up programs to see, is it climate change which is really dominating a particular area? Like Florida, for example, had a hurricane versus California's wildfire. And then you look through the farming value chain where certain crops basically have a huge economic value for the country because of the export and import. There are other crops which are also important, but they are very regionally focused. If you take Mexico-US border trade, there are certain crops which are very, very important, but at the more regional level. And over the last decade, there's been a lot of insurance programs which has come in, not necessarily just to focus on the climate change, but also look through the value chain and say, a particular piece of the value chain require more insurance products because of how they operate from a phenological point of view, and allow the private sectors to start to create bespoke products, which is what we have been focusing on in the US market. Fast forward moving into India, how you could potentially replicate is we started a subsidiary program operations in India this year. The focus has been for us, if you divide India into various geographies, within Karnataka, there are multiple climatic regions. Many parts of the value chain still doesn't have any insurance. So even though you borrow credit at the most affordable rate, either by NABARD funding, for example, or by a good line of credit, walking without insurance basically means, you are exposed to it. And the idea is to bring these together by saying there are sustainable bonds you can create in the market. And we have been involved heavily on the UK-India corridor to bring this sustainable and resilience bond to the markets, which means at the institutional level, you solve the problem in terms of, what's the cost of capital that you are bringing to the table, which could trickle down to the farming. And then on the other side, you also bring insurance programs. So for Rabi season, we kicked off in 4 different states. Capacity coming from local insurance companies and global reinsurance companies. And predominantly the idea is to try and test different products. You speak to farmers on the ground. Many of them actually doesn't really have any price protection scheme. So that's been quite a kind of popular one. Then there's pest and disease people have been looking at. And the revenue protection, which is ultimately where the big game is it isn't just about the cost of production and then move farmers from one season to other. You really want to think about sustainability in terms of what is the upside that he potentially is losing, he or she is losing on the ground. And that means, the market has to eventually think about a multiple products. And that means private sector players, like, there are some great companies in India who's already into insurance space, from a data and technology point of view. If the private market have a very active role in terms of product creation, working with insurance companies, you can bridge the gap between how the capital flows into agriculture, and at the same time, each and every dollar of capital is basically coupled with an insurance program. If you do that, then the ROI, the farmers doubling the income really becomes possible because you eliminated the risk from the balance sheet. At the same time, the capital, overall cost of capital could also come down. So I'll stop there. That's where the focus for us has been in the market.
Thanks, Srini. And I'll go back to what Arindam said, co-creation. I think that's the need of the hour. How do we involve public sector, private sector, insurance company, reinsurance companies? We have seen the challenges in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, I think, and there's a huge role of technology to probably get over those challenges. But yeah, I think it's a great timing to look at some innovative insurance products across the value chain, not just in crop, but let's say cattle insurance. I think that's also highly underpenetrated. So a huge opportunity. We'll definitely need your guidance and support to make this happen. So let me move to Rubesh now. Rubesh, thanks for waiting. The question to you is, how the mechanization, I think that's one of the big challenge that we see in Indian farming. Labor is either not available. If it's available, it's too expensive, right? And clearly we need mechanization. Unfortunately, mechanization in India is confused with tractorization. We have more tractor than we need. But when we look at the needs of the smallholder farmers, which can implements which can be used throughout the crop life cycle, I think those are the intervention that we need. And now we have new age technologies like robotics, IoT, sensors, which can potentially be very much useful or integrated with a lot of mechanization application that we see on the ground. So if you can throw some light on that, that'll be very useful.
Thanks, Hemendra. And I think every panelist, including Dr. I think Dr. Ayappan already explained the economics of the requirement, So mechanization is tractorization, and that's true over there. And that's probably addressing only small value chain. And whatever you talked about, IoT and other things. If I look at this subject in Google, I think you will find lots and lots of literature of the technology, smart farming, the mechanization. You go to the John Deere website, for example, John Deere US website. Now they have almost for whole value chain, a machinery, a tractor, a harvester, a planter, seeders, sprayers, exactly trying to put the nutrient as required. So the smartness of them is already known. The IoTs, the cloud services, the AI, everything is known, and when you talk about such country and compare with India, there has to be a difference. And it was talked that there has to be some way to find a solutions over here. So if you look at those countries, the minimum sustenance is 1,000 acres land, of what we call as a farmer. And they have 10,000, 20,000 acre land. The machinery is what I'm talking about when you look at John Deere, their websites, which are so smart, they're like modern, they're talking about agricultural 5.0. It's like, so many, the tractor is about 500 horsepower. It goes from 100 to 500 horsepower. And what are the tractors we have? Maximum 60 to 70 horsepower, okay? Similarly, you look at harvester, 750 horsepower, and then they will have a battery of this. So, and you look at all the machineries, they are very smart. And yes, John Deere has been in India also, and I also worked in John Deere in the past for the last 20 years. But when we look at the technologies coming to India, it has to be different, So there is something which has to change for the whole equation. And that's what some of those things I'll speak about and some of the solutions there. To excite some of the entrepreneurs, it has to be understood. I'll give some numbers, which when I was doing my own study, I coined it over there. For a good farm of 1 acre land, we are talking about, 1 acre land, comparatively 1,000 acres we talked about, and already talked about is some small farmers, less than 2 hectare land over there. So if I talk about a farm, which is, let's say 1 acre, a good farm will take about, and Dr. Ayappan, I think probably my numbers will be in and around, found through research. It's about 60,000, all input cost is about 60,000 rupees per acre, for the whole year. And then you add, let's say I have coined a number which is 40,000 for all the technology, because technologies means machinery and they will cost, and how to apply, I'll talk about later, is another 40,000, okay? So it's about a 1 lakh rupees. So for all entrepreneurs, if I multiply by 385 million acres of Indian farming land, multiplied by 84%, which is the marginal farmers, we are talking about technology, it will be about $412 billion business. And if I even address 10% of it, it will be about $41 billion, which is about, let's say, 3 lakh crores. Even if I address 1% of those marginal farmers, it will be about $4 billion of that, which is about 30,000 crores. I think this number should excite the entrepreneurs. And the solutions have to be, those are matured solutions. They are known that those solutions are applicable and are required. We have tractors, but we have to integrate other things because it is the whole value chain which has to be addressed over there. So one of the key solutions, so this is the economics I told, of course, and it is possible in my study over there that the same amount of money a farmer can make if he really utilizes all the technology, because it's a proven technology. So as per se, the AI, the telematics, the IoT, all those, the intelligence, everything is all developed. Those can come, but machineries have to become different here. And that is what has been taught. So next part is the solutions have to be flexible for this purpose to happen. So what does flexible means? I will say in our case, in India, we have got luckily tractors. We make about 900,000 tractors in India, which is 800,000 sell in India itself. So the scale of volume is available. And fortunately, in case of tractors, one thing is changing, and Hemendra, you can definitely support that. The emission norms are coming. Before the emission norms, the tractors used to be, I'll say, very mechanical or electrical type of a tractor. Basic cost was there. But with electronics coming there, with Tier 4 coming there, Tier 6 will come by 2024, which is already a mandate there. The engine has to become electronic engine with microcontroller, CAN system. So whatever were some of the, in the past, a sort of things to look at, because that will come and then we will be able to do it, make a tractor more smart. This is already going to happen. The CAN system is going to happen, microcontroller is going to happen. So this has, of course, done one bad thing also. It has actually increased the cost of the tractor, quite a bit. And it's known thing over there. So what do? The OEMs are now looking at, it's already an activity, looking how to make the tractor more efficient, more productive, and more useful. And that is where they are looking at making the whole tractor as electronic tractor, and those efforts have started. There is CAN system coming. There is the implements. They want implements to become intelligent, tractor to talk to implement, which is already there in US. If you talk about from a seat of a tractor, you can just control all the events for not only tractor, your spares, your planters, everything. So tractor will remain as a motive, always there, but your implements have to become smarter over there, and then the tractor can communicate. Now the modern or the technology entrepreneurs who are looking for solution, it has to come so they can focus over this. So that is one scenario. So tractor will remain as a motive power for most of our attachments. We're continuing forward. We cannot have self-driven sprayers, we cannot have those, so we have to find further a flexible solution. Second part of flexible solution is, I think now this, you mentioned drone, for example, drone and robotics. My one of favorite is drone, not using for only sprayer. In my opinion, a drone can fly. The study shows that drone can fly 400 acres in just 1 hour and give you a statement of how the things are, how the plant health, and those kind of things. So it's a very flexible machine, which I like. And let's say I have a support from an FPO organization, which is forward-looking. We have an entrepreneur who's there, and we have a drone. You take a whole village as a model village, and do your drone as a solution. You take a map in the morning and tell within 1 hour to all the farmers, please don't go to your field is good. Just an example over there. You can do your more different work, you can go out of it. Robotics, another one. We know labor is an issue. There is definitely one big thing that is there, that is your weeding requirements, and it's very labor intensive. You don't get, your plants will lose the nutrition over there. So what's required? So I think small dividers, they are very much required as a solution there. So similarly, you look at all the solutions. Now, how do you apply? Because this is a cost. You talk about machineries, you about technology, that's a cost over there. So it has to be a overization. And when I talk about an overization is already being talked, there are many farm machinery, entrepreneurs there who are providing this. But farm machinery and implements, they are only, addressing a part of the total value chain of farming. So you need to address whole value chain. So Uberization of technology has to happen, which is a farm as a service. So I think it is the duty of the entrepreneurs, the technologies, the agricultural scientists to really combine their hands and really go to those companies or entrepreneurs who are Uberized. Can we make them more smart to manage their fleet, their productivity, their efficiency, and preventive maintenance, those kind of things, but also to keep on arming them with more technologies to become more flexible solutions. So in all of this, I talked about, and many of you also talked about, the FPOs. I think and socio ecological system, and that has been talked about how human to human relation matters. And when you go for a technology, one acre farmer, he's just will just repel you because the cost he is apprehensive about. And that's where we need somebody as a part who is very close. And FPOs, if they're modern looking, they are already changing. Probably we have somebody who can come close and help the entrepreneurs to take the whole thing into. One more thing is important, that when you talk about technology, you just cannot look at one technology and apply. It is the whole value chain has still to be managed. So we need an integrated approach over there. So entrepreneur has not only to look at whoever has developed the technology, but has to see to it somehow find a solution for the whole integration. Unless that happens, you will deplete more and more your resources and the cost and the income in trying to not having those. And I think Dr. Srini very has provided, finance and your insurance as one of the. So there are solutions which are like I talked about, but there are solutions which cannot be managed, of course, that they are not flexible. For example, irrigation. Drip irrigation is definitely a model, but it's so we know the value of irrigation. Smart irrigation would cost about 1 lakh per acre, but I think financing can make it as a flexible solution. Those kind of things. So in my opinion, yes, I think combination of these things, tractor is definitely going to be leading the effort. There are other things I talked about, de-weeders I talked about. I talked about making the harvesters, more innovative. They can measure on the go. They require very simple IoT is on the go, the yield management over there. So somewhere, probably everything combined, we probably need a sort of an incubation infra, something like a model village, having 400 acre, an FPO coming forward to make that with some, a bold entrepreneur. Ag universities, they have the real knowledge. A lot of knowledge is existing already, and really do pilot a Uberization plant over there. We need flexible solutions.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think this is wonderful summary of the opportunity which exists, and good. Thanks for putting some numbers around it. Always say to AgriTech entrepreneurs, you need not be a pan-India model to create $1 billion business. You can still do it in a region and within a cluster of villages maybe. So I think that's great. Thanks very much for interesting thoughts, and I think we definitely need more innovative business model for go-to-market, as you rightly said, and a value chain approach. We, I think, have another 10 minutes to go. So I'll have one more round of question answer session, maybe 2 minutes per panelist, if that's okay. Again, going back to you, Arindam, I think you have a lot of experience in building blended finance products. So how do you see blended finance product, how they can improve the access of financial products to farmers and can crowd in more mainstream financiers or bankers or NBFCs to look at this sector?
Thanks, Amendra. I think at an early stage to kind of prove to the world that you have an asset class which is bankable, now you require a lot of non-commercial capital also to participate, especially because the risk perception of the mainstream financial institution is very high. So blended finance is nothing but mingling of commercial capital and non-commercial capital when there is a new technology or new asset class which doesn't have any kind of track record. So blended finance solutions have a great role to play, not only in farmer financing or on fintech initiatives, but also on climate financing, because it's something very, very new. Some of them are new or they are perceived to be very challenging from a risk perspective. So blended finance is needed to kick off the first unlocking of capital from mainstream capital providers, and depending on the result of the performance of these blended finance solutions in specific markets for underserved segments, whether it's health, education, or agriculture, it's then that the expectation is mainstream capital can take a credit view on its own. So that's the purpose of the blended capital. First, to be able to, get in some capital to show the world that yes, this asset class is indeed bankable, and then crowd in mainstream capital. I'll stop here, Ravindra.
Thanks, Arindam, and thanks for already showcasing multiple such products. I'm very hopeful that will drive a lot of mainstream capital to come into the market. Vedarya ji, you talked about role of FPOs, SHGs. I think another segment is also village level entrepreneurs, right? And we are all worried about employment in this country, and I think rural employment is one big challenge. So how do we involve rural youth or rural level enterprises in taking these agri-tech solutions to villages? A lot of these solutions reside in Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, but they have to reach Khammam, Baranbaki, small places like Dosa, etc. How do we take them to small places involving the rural youth?
I can add Kalahandi and Kamrup and other districts as well in this country.
And there are few tech entrepreneurs in those areas. So
yeah, and Hemendra, if you can also add in the mix the migrants now, they're going back. And but these migrants, just a general comment, have lived in Pune, have lived in Bangalore, and they're more exposed to mobile phones. So they also used to WhatsApp. So I think there is a hope if we can bring the youth who had left Uttarakhand, who had left Northeast, for whatever reasons, probably that can be a positive, the blessing in disguise, because they are exposed to technology and they are also exposed to more progressive ideas. That's a general point that, and it, because we are now, the economy is now contracting today's data, 8% by ADB, they made it official. So jobs are also not available in whether Bombay, even somebody has a boot polish union in Bombay, but I know, are there people going out to get their boots polished? I don't know in Bombay. So, but giving the general comment, there are many things I wanted to say. This time is short, but we have built. I'll build on the previous speakers. Agri innovations, if you go just by the rural entrepreneurs, that would not be enough. I think we need entrepreneurs in the villages, youth, the kind I mentioned, but also you need meta entrepreneurs like my Buddha fellows or other entrepreneurs mentioned by Dr. Ayyappan. So if you have a two-tier solution, the people we have, I give you the example. Kali Madhu is a 2018 IMA graduate who became a Buddha fellow. He was trained in Dr. Ayyappan's institution, IIHR, in Institute of Horticulture Research. What did he do? He setting up 1 acre farm, 1 acre poly farm under sort of green, precision agriculture to grow what? To grow Dutch roses. Even though he's an agriculture graduate, he went to IMA, but he had to relearn how to grow Dutch roses, Dutch variety of roses. And where in Guntur, which is more famous for tobacco and for chili. And I went there when I was working in TCS, that's 81, that is long back. So this person, I'm saying innovations have to be converted in institutional solution of entrepreneur. And they have to work with FPOs. They need to use technologies that are available in ICR institutions. That is one. I'm saying we are living in silos. To take it to farmers, I've already mentioned SHGs at large scale and also FPOs at large scale. Similarly, ICAR is a treasure house for technologies which are to be taken to the villages, and these entrepreneurs can convert those technologies that are available, for example, how to grow Dutch roses in precision agriculture conditions, convert into one agriculture farm. And 10,000 rupees only you can earn by growing paddy per acre, but he's saying I can give up to 4 to 5 lakh rupees per acre by growing Dutch roses. And actually he's just reported that what Dutch flowers, roses were going for 7 or 8 rupees, but because of COVID now in Bangalore, he can sell it for double the price. So agri entrepreneurs are required to take the innovations, and now he will decentralize and actually train the rural youth to grow Dutch roses, and he's also doing tobacco nursery and the tobacco nursery for selling tobacco to ITC. So I think we need to do that. And third thing I want to talk about is that several ministries of government of India, to scale, you cannot ignore government. Even entrepreneur, that blended finance that Arindam talked about, lot of, call it concessional finance or call it subsidy, that is available. Also, Ministry of Food Processing Industry is giving 25 lakh rupees per entrepreneur. Custom hiring center, the previous speaker talked about, also are being done by the Ministry of Rural Development. Ministry of Agriculture is promoting 10,000. So we need to work with the government is the third thing. Lastly, let me talk about the NGO collaborative that was born out of the COVID. We are 65 organizations in this RCRC collaborative. We have an overall reach of 1.6 crore people across 15 states. So if the AgriTech incubation system works with the collaborative of the NGOs rather than every NGO together, it would be far more efficient. And lastly, the finance. SEBI has set up the social stock or is about to set up a social stock exchange, the technical group of which I am a member. Finance only coming from venture capitalists will demand much higher return in the US model, and they will look for exit at a multiple price that is probably a very small or a tiny solution. But even if we go by Dr. Ayyappa's numbers of going from 600 entrepreneurs to 5,000 members, 5,000 entrepreneurs, sir, that's a very small number for the country of 1.2 billion. But nonetheless, even to get to 5,000 agri entrepreneurs, money is not available, even at 18% interest rate. I had to pull my relationship from FWWB to get a working capital at 12% for Rakesh Gupta for custard apple value chain. Otherwise, 18% is minimum cost of capital. Agri entrepreneurs will not survive at 18% or 24%. That cost of capital is very high for agri entrepreneurs to survive if you work on any value chain whatsoever. With these remarks, I want to thank Hemant, Ashok, and Dr. Ayyappan once again. Thank you.
Thanks, Vedareji. I totally agree. I think 18% is what a typical PE or VC return is. Definitely not the debt return. I can totally understand. So let me come to Rajiv once again. Rajiv, if you look at the AgriTech innovations, again, it's been from an investor perspective dominated by a lot of impact investors. We've seen mainstream capital coming only last year. Of course, it is picking up. But how do we attract more mainstream investors to invest in these innovations? And from your point of view, are there any parts of the value chain which are more attractive for investors?
First of all, I just want to address one big difference between our industry and everything else. The normal turnaround time people are used to in some other industries are 3 years and 4 years. Whereas in agriculture, you have to have patient capital, you have to have patient investors who have a long-term view, 7-10 years minimum. Otherwise, it's very difficult to come with the wrong assumptions into the market. That's the first thing required. So identifying the right kind of people or parties or institutions, that's the first step. The second thing, how do we bring in mainstream financiers into the system is, see, I talk about this a lot. When a startup begins, especially an AgriTech startup, your view has to be long-term and you have to have a very clear-cut pathway. And your pathway, the ecosystem is very well developed now, I would say, compared to 15 years ago. You have a lot of support being given by the government in the form of in the form of bridge funding until such point a real VC looks at it. You have excellent social capital coming in. So the ecosystem is actually very, very well set up. What it requires is entrepreneurs who come, especially from different industries, into the agriculture or agri-tech sector, to have a very clear path, clear understanding, and then I think everything works from there. The third thing I want to say is you have to build yourself for self-sustainability from day one. Everything that happens, all funding that happens, whether it is social capital coming in, venture capital, angel investing, that's just your gap or your steps between your start to your actual self-sustainable mode of operations. That's what I have to say. Thanks, Hemendra.
Rajiv, I think good you mentioned sustainability. That's one of my big worries. Unfortunately, a lot of urban-centric startups have sort of focused too much on a GMV and a scale approach, which kind of spoiled the discipline of using the capital. And I think it's high time for most of the agri-tech entrepreneurs to figure out a gross margin strategy. I think scale to me looks easier than building margins, and I think glad you made this point.
In fact, I would like to add one point, Hemendra, here. You hit the nail on the head by saying that every entrepreneur has to learn to differentiate between how their capital is utilized, what to use debt for and what not to use debt for, what to use equity for and what not to use equity for. And like I said, with the system being so well developed in the form of grants and government funding available, I think all the entrepreneurs have it all. Probably with a little bit of mentoring, they'll be able to see it the right way. Thanks, Hemendra.
Thanks. I think that's another important point. Thanks, Rajiv. Srini, question to you. You have seen so many models across the world. Do you see any 2 or 3 international models, which, from an insurance perspective or from a sustainability finance perspective, which we can adopt in India?
Yeah. So the pathway for India, and I want to go back to our SDG 2030 targets. I mean, the number quoted is about 220 billion we need each and every year, 250 rather, to reach SDG goals across all the sectors put together, and ag is one of them. When you see many international markets where the successful really comes from is, A, there's a very clear understanding in terms of the legal and regulatory framework needed to put money at scale. And that means if the money has to move from one part of the system, which is basically the investor sitting with $1 trillion into a part of GDP, the role of regulators and the legal system to allow those innovative products to come in has to happen at that level. Secondly, naturally, the policy making being very conducive. And one thing that we have been working hard is to think about how the institutions can transfer risk among themselves, which is, when you look at India, credit insurance is not allowed today. So if you're a bank sitting on an NPA, either you have an option to reduce or balance your book, or you basically can't tap into insurance market. So the whole securitization has been seen as a very negative because of what happened in 2008 crisis. However, when you look at agriculture, forestry, and water, the biggest challenge naturally is risk inherently is there because they are natural assets. In a built environment, it's very easy to control the risk because of what goes in and what comes out. But in a natural environment, there's many things that's beyond your own control. So you can have the best risk management strategy, but you still have a natural asset which is going through deterioration over the next 10 years. So to convince an institutional investor, the role of having various insurance products that gives them the comfort, so that, in this market, for example, it's very easy to pick up a value chain and then create a surety bonds around it, because you have a good idea about who the off-taker is, you have a good idea about where the value chain is supporting it. And naturally, in India, regulators are looking at it. So for a model to really flourish in a given market, it's extremely important to think about allowing both capital markets and insurance to create these product structures. Most importantly, the regulators, i.e., both SEBI and IoT AI, could really come together and then say, okay, you're tackling, a problem of 200 billion coming into India in various forms, and you are basically preventing the other side where India lost about 20 billion in just two perils, which is like a cyclone Fani and the monsoon floods. But the amount we insured is only 0.7 basically. So there's 19 billion, which is sitting either with the banks who are sitting on the books, or it's sitting with public sector, right? So to me, I think the thing we could learn about international models is not every model is perfect. Even UK has a lot of struggle to mobilize aquaculture and fisheries and then make them resilient, because they are not today. And one thing that we can think about is India on its own is a different beast. Within that, we could really prioritize water sector and agri sector and how they combine together, because agriculture is a big consumption of fresh water that comes through. So we are working on water bond issuances coming out of India to see, because it's a consumption focused asset class, everything is based on fresh water and wastewater consumption. How do you create a water infrastructure where the money can actually move in? That means the municipalities can raise money and they can actually serve both the urban population and rural population. So to me, I think that step change has to happen in India, where we are not really thinking about a zero-sum game where it's always been pitted as private sector versus public sector in many parts, including what's happening in farming sector. There's a clear value at where regulators and the kind of government can actually work close together and say, if we were to foster 10 different new models which worked in other markets, you can test it out. If it fails, right? Because that's a part of entrepreneurship. But at least nobody should blame India for lack of trying, because we got a lot of things we can achieve. We are on the right track in so many different areas which other countries are envy of. We just need to move to the next level where allow the private market to really go and innovate. And of course, there's regulation always out there to keep an eye on them. So somebody goes out of control, we don't want another serious crisis which happens in India, for example. But it's something we can start to really open up a little bit, which means there's incentivization for private sector guys to come and say, I could develop these products as long as the products are ethical, the data protection laws are basic, very much sitting within the country, then it's a lot easier to try and test it out. And I think that potentially is something we can really excel.
Thanks, Trini. And I think good you mentioned that SEBI and IDA should be talking to each other. I don't think the insurance products are going to go anywhere unless we build these kind of collaborations. And you talked about step change also. I can tell you that SEBI is setting up a sandbox for agri fintech solutions to be tried out. We are in conversation with SBI at the very top, and they are willing to pilot a lot of agri fintech solutions. So I think there is some change which is happening. I hope that will help a lot of these models to scale. So thanks very much for again some wonderful thoughts. Last, Mr. Rubesh, question to you. You work with Danfoss, and you touched upon mechanization, but what about cold storages? Cold chain industry has been sunrise industry for more than 20 years. How do we scale these solutions? We still don't have end-to-end cold chain solution which have scaled to a level which we can call it a success. You have to unmute. Rubesh, if you can unmute.
Sorry. So I think Dr. Ayyappan talked about the losses, and losses are all the known situations, which is almost like 30%, And if we improve on that, that's definitely gain in income and cold storages. So there could be 2-3 efforts in this direction. So for example, Danfoss did one of the cold storage solution is to transport for bananas, to export it to a country, which takes about 30 days. So the health of that one can be managed through your IoT sensors. It's not only for and maintaining the type of climates which is required, but it's not only for the transporter, but it's for also owner who is the customer there. He understands how the whole value chain has moved. Of course, blockchain was also talked about, how it has moved, and when he's receiving, he'll receive that. So that effort of saying that making intelligent solution through that has to happen. This is for the transportation. So transportation is definitely one thing which has to grow, and there are growths happening. I think within us, when we talk about a village and when I talked about FPO, I think they have to also come up. The cold storages can be a sort of a joint effort of a community. And there are solutions being talked about in Africa and other places. I do not know why it is not much talked about, but those could be made really very, very cost effective through your, solar being, and already electricity was talked about, but through solar solutions, those can be made very cost effective and available throughout the world, including there are some solutions on storages which are open source available and been tried in Africa, where, they're very cost effective. And you put it, if you can, I was talking to one of the, social reformers, like he was trying to take care of a village. I said, his vegetables are they perish very quickly, 1 or 2 days. I said, if I give you a solution which I've seen or I've read about for 10 days, if I can protect your tomatoes without, he said, it's a huge, because he has to otherwise sell, So I think there are solutions available. We have to tap it and try it at one model village and see that becomes an example and scale it up.
Thanks, Rubesh. And I know at least a couple of innovation. One is Roocart in Jharkhand, which is built at 25,000 rupees cold storage right at the farm, and increasing shelf by 5 days, but that's good enough.
Yes.
There's 1090, which is built 60 liter, 100 liter last mile delivery solutions at a very, very small cost. So I think that's happening. That's very good. I think we are running short of time. I can see Ashokji getting worried, and I think the next session is about to start. We have few questions. Can we take 2 minutes to close? Ashokji, do we have time? Or we, okay. We have 2-3 questions in the chat box, and I don't want to disappoint audience. The one question is, what are the data points that banking sector need for making better loan disbursement? Arindam, you want to take this up?
Well, there's a lot to be said there. So from a credit risk perspective, now what we have is traditionally we used to look at the business related data for a farmer. I'm taking the example of a farmer, but now with technology available, even alternative data, data which is not related directly to the business, but data which determines to some extent there's a correlation between farmer repayment behavior, those are also getting captured. That's how typically the fintech models work. And in agriculture, I mean, I won't be able to go through all the data that's required in a short time, but it becomes a lot more comprehensive. And the more important thing is it becomes efficient and more reliable. Thank you.
Thanks, Arindam. That was brief and straightforward. There's one question: how do you make the process of digitization sustainable? I can only say digitization would drive sustainability, right? Because that will bring the cost of capital down, that will improve farm economics, and hopefully that will drive the sustainability, can make climate finance possible, which I think a lot of speakers spoke about it. I think we are 11:30. Probably, I think it's time to close. I just want to say a huge thank you to all the panelists. Some wonderful thoughts, and I sincerely hope we stay connected. I think there's a lot to work together. Word of thanks to Dr. Ayappan for some wonderful thoughts at the beginning of the session, and Ashokji for all the hard work and coordination. I think you did a great job. Thanks very much, and over to you.
Hemendra, what a session. I think it's totally stuffed and great panel there. And I think you picked up very pertinent points to be, eliciting the best of the kind of things happening around and what can be brought to India. I think the IoT Forum and the IoTMatrix is privileged to have such a great panel. Moderated by you and led well by Professor Ayappan in the morning, setting the right track on us. But lots of great happenings, great words and great themes and great solutions were discussed both on finance, capacity development, demand creations, and then putting it across the kind of consumers the way they want, and how the sustainability can be built up by finance, different, models we can create in. But coming back to the IoT forum here, we have a special interest group with 20 of us trying to do the volunteers. Most of these aspects we are trying to touch base, and this group, this panelist group and the kind of network you have, we would like to access continuously. It's not that we have made a beginning today. We want you to be with us on a continuous basis, and collaborations should happen. In fact, this forum is international, and there could be people who are looking at India, come in with the kind of collaborations we can have, and customization should be the answer, because agroclimatic zones are heterogeneous. Customization can be built more by startups, and that's what the IoT Forum and IoTMatrix aims at the volunteering here. In fact, right words used is the mentoring. We have a huge IT specialist experts mentoring the startups here, and also the domain experts like Dr. Ayappan and others like Rubesh was there, and they pick up the points and then build up the solutions, and that's the way we are heading to. One thing I just want to endorse, kind of put a kind of gratitude on my side from the IoT Forum also, that NABARD has been a continuous partner with us. And in fact, they're the main sponsors for the entire AgriTech track here. And then NABVENTURES is also in the fray here, which is finding dedicated financing solutions for AgriTech alone. In fact, Dr. Ayappan did, I think he hinted there is a kind of startup policy, AgriTech startup policy being launched, is in the writing, and it's going to be released very soon, and Dr. Ayappan is leading it, and Karnataka will show the way for the world around, for the country around to go ahead. I think the questions are welcome over the period of time, and then next session is Fireside Chat. I think Joy is here around. You want to take it over?
I'm there. Ashok, Venki.
Yeah, Venki, yeah. Okay, welcome, Venki. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks a lot for the panel. Thanks, Srini. Very nice to see you again. Thanks all. Yeah, Venki, over to you. Would
Yeah,
you like?
sure. Yeah. So the next session is a fireside chat between Mark Khan of Omnivore Ventures and our very favorite Prashant from Axel. So this is going to be a terrific fireside. So we want all the audience to hang in here and ask the toughest of questions to both of them, because both of them are leaders in their own segment and they're terrific people. So Mark, welcome to you. Prashant, welcome to you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the entire TIE and IoT Forum for having us here. It's a pleasure to be here.
It is indeed a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venkatesh.
Yeah. Prashant, over to you.
Okay, so we'll have to project the presentation. Is Vedant, are you going to project the?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
So thank you, Vedant. So pretty excited. Mark and myself have been working through this COVID on many things. But in addition to that, we've been able to put together this report, which hopefully serves multiple purposes. We'll talk about it. Next slide, please. So the agenda for today is Mark and myself will give a quick overview of the report, and we will then get into fireside chat, and I'm hopefully going to quiz Mark on some of the aspects of the report, plus overall some of the trends that he sees in the post-pandemic normal. Next slide, please. So I think the sector is at a very big inflection point, and I think it's important that any sector to flourish, the right entrepreneurs and the right funding partners kind of come together, and that's what really create large outcomes. And I think we definitely see this sector being at the cusp of both of those. And if there is any indicator, it is the type of funding pattern that we see here. It's been increasing year on year, and we are hoping 2020-21 to be that year where hopefully we get across that $1 billion. But I just little bit heard of from the previous panel too. I think the interesting part would be that we may see sustainable businesses being built here in Agri, because we are coming just out of this pandemic where businesses are starting to understand the value of great gross margins, understand the value of good balance sheets. So the Agri sector, while it will receive all this funding, hope is that it can build great businesses that can be IPO'd. Next slide, please. So just a quick highlight of what we understood from talking to a wide spectrum of AgriTech companies. I think some of these are stuff that you may have already heard of, but it was good to hear this echoed across different sizes companies. We spoke to some companies which were large and some medium size and some just companies that were getting started off. But the good news was that they all experienced tremendous momentum through and acceleration through this COVID period. They also believe that this is something that will that they're seeing they're seeing this sustain, and I think we'll talk a little bit more in the fireside. I think there is a behavioral and a systemic change that has happened through this period, and we are quite confident this is here to stay. The increased investment activity, which typically is experienced by startups by inbound. So startups usually, when it's time to fundraise, they talk to investors or they approach investors. But I think when a sector is kind of the new flavor, you'll see a lot of investors wanting to talk to these companies, and there's a lot more inbounds, and these investors and analysts and in these VC firms want to get a better understanding of why is everybody talking about this sector. So I think we are seeing a lot of that. Next slide, please. So Mark, do you want to talk to the next 2-3 slides, please?
Sure, absolutely. So from our survey, we helped identify the top 3 challenges that AgriTech startups are facing under lockdown. And I think none of this should be very, very surprising. The first is logistics challenges. We saw this extensively in the Omnivore portfolio, especially, going back to kind of the March, April, May timeframe, where, at least early on in lockdown, you saw significant disruption of everything. If someone had a truck full of Sabzi, it was getting, pulled over and disrupted. But then as that opened up, as the post-harvest markets opened up, there were still a lot of challenges for producers and manufacturers of innovative agricultural products and inputs, right? We had a portfolio company of ours that has since bounced back beautifully. Fussell, right? Fussell makes IoT devices for horticulture. So their trucks were getting pulled over, and they were saying, no, this is for agriculture, and the officer would take out the list of all the things for agriculture. Is this a fertilizer? No. Are these seeds? No. Is this, so logistics is not a surprise. Cash flow issues, it was a very big survey. It included pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, everything on it, and lots of unfunded startups. And so not a surprise to see this. And adapting to remote working, I think we've all struggled with this. It's been tremendously difficult. I think, people talked about dealing with COVID. The best analogy I ever heard was the hammer and the dance, right? The hammer of lockdown, and then the dance of figuring out how to move after lockdown. And, I've heard of companies in the last few weeks where out of 25 employees, 21 of them got COVID. So, we are, hopefully a vaccine is on the way, but this challenge of adapting to remote working, especially when you're an AgriTech startup and you probably have a field force, you have to be out and moving around is certainly not surprising. Next slide, please. At the same time, right, there have been tailwinds for this agri-tech sector that we identified and talked about in this report. And a big part of that, we distilled it down to 4 big ones. The first thing was a significant disruption in the status quo of agriculture as a result of COVID. So lockdown resulted in shutdown Mondays, shutdown APMCs, shutdown markets, shutdown agri input shops, right? All of a sudden, the Artia doesn't want to meet with you. So it disrupted a status quo, that AgriTech had coexisted with for the last few years. And all of a sudden, AgriTech went from being, these nice young boys, right, in the district headquarters that want me to, use my smartphone for something other than watching movies, right? All of a sudden, that became infinitely more interesting, not just for farmers, but also for traders, also for agri dealers. Everyone in the ecosystem suddenly needed digital solutions, and the AgriTech startups were there to deliver them. Second thing was labor scarcity. Right? The best way, when people talk about labor scarcity in rural India, it confuses a lot of urban Indians because they're like, no, obviously there are lots of people. Well, no, there aren't, right? There has been incredible amounts of urban migration over the last few decades. And the question is not whether there's labor, but labor when you need it. Is there labor at the time that you are planting? Is there labor at the time that you are harvesting? And so as a result of all of this migration, and then, right, essentially the exiling of millions of people back into rural India because of the lockdown, right? It's not that they went to the places where they were giving migrant labor, they went back to their native places. So as a result, you actually have even more labor scarcity than in a usual season. Third big trend was consumer demand for safe food. I think we all know this, right? The beginning of the pandemic, we were wiping down our packages and just suddenly becoming very, very cognizant of where all of our food came from and what the risk we might be taking. And that's extended beyond just packaging and possible COVID exposure to a lot of demand for safe food and traceability. And finally, government reforms. Now, it may not be the day to talk about that because negotiations are on, and I've heard, I'm getting lots of interesting phone calls about how that's going. But the government decided in the midst of a few months into the lockdown to take some 20-year-old reforms that had been debated extensively and to start implementing them, to pass them and make them national law. And I think even if there is a 3 steps forward, 1 step back outcome, even if there are some concessions and adjustments made, I think fundamentally this was a big bang moment. This is a big bang moment for our sector, where one nation, one market is becoming a reality, where the monopolization of agricultural marketing by the APMCs is finally being shattered. And hopefully, in the wake of this will accelerate the tailwinds to the sector. And we identified in the report 4 big trends. So the first big trend is the rise of B2B market platforms and marketplaces. The second is the emergence of farm to consumer brands. The third is precision agriculture. And the fourth is the creation of e-markets. And we'll talk about that when we get into the fireside chat. Next slide. So the case studies, ultimately we had to use case studies. And so looking at all of these trends, right, the rise of B2B platforms, farmer platforms, and marketplaces, we looked at AgroStar, which is one of the largest input marketplaces in India. We looked at NinjaCart, one of the largest output marketplaces in India, both of those Excel companies that Prashant invested in. We looked at Dehat, an omnivore portfolio company that is a holistic marketplace that operates in Eastern India and does inputs, outputs, market linkages, advisory, and fintech. And we looked at AquaConnect, which is essentially doing the same thing. It's a holistic farmer platform, but just for the aquaculture sector, which is largely in coastal India, primarily Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Orissa, and West Bengal. Second big trend was the emergence of farm to consumer brands. And we highlighted 4 of those here. We highlighted Country Delight, probably the largest, right, F2C brand in the dairy sector. We highlighted Fresh to Home, the largest F2C brand in the seafood sector, though they also have generally non-veg. And we highlighted 2 upstart F2C brands in the fresh produce sector, Clover, which Omnivore and Excel have co-invested in, and Orinco. Moving on to precision agriculture, we looked at 3 businesses there. We looked at Cropin, which is essentially an integration of farm software with remote sensing, operating quite globally, but also in India. We looked at Fussell. Fussell is an omnivore portfolio company that has developed IoT sensors for on-farm monitoring and algorithms in the horticulture sector. So they're working in grapes and pomegranate and all sorts of high-value horticulture. And Eruvaka, another one of our companies that is in the basically IoT for the aquaculture sector. And finally, in the area of creation of e-markets, we looked at a lot of plays that are digitizing trade, but also embedding fintech. or leading with fintech. And some of those include Samunati, an Excel company that is the largest agri fintech play in India right now. Arya, which is an omnivore company, which is running post-harvest financing and warehousing at a very significant scale. Stellaps, which has digitized the dairy economy in India. And AgNext, which is bringing digital quality to post-harvest value chains. So those are the 15 startups that are here. And I think the case studies really tell the story of how COVID played out across all these different sectors and across all these very, very different companies over the last 8-9 months.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. I think this report, I think would be fair to say that it highlights three things. One, this time in our country where the emergence of AgriTech as a sector is kind of made pretty clear and made very visible. The second part, the sectors that would drive the momentum and sustain the momentum for these sectors, I think are quite well explained in this report. And finally, I think this is probably the first report that does a quite an extensive coverage of all these the scale startups that matter, and you get the viewpoints of the post-pandemic normal and how the sector would evolve from all these folks. So I think we can go back to the videos of Mark and myself. Yeah, thank you. So Mark, the next 20 minutes, I would like to pick your brain in terms of a little bit of jog your memory in some cases in terms of how we got to where we are today in the sector, and where we are today, and a little bit of why we are very excited, and we think this is one of the next big sectors for our ecosystem. So maybe a little bit of the past, Mark, and how did we get to where we are, and what were some of the 2-3 key inflection points that you think have created an interesting opportunity here for the entrepreneur?
Sure. I say this as an investor who's been in this space since 2010, which is not just early, but probably too early, as I will very openly and honestly admit. I think the early days of AgriTech. So I started Omnivore in 2010 with Janesh Shah, and we both had a unique perspective on why we wanted to do this. I had the perspective of being at Godrej Agrovet, where as the head of strategy and business development, I oversaw M&A, and I had all these agri-tech startups coming and asking me for money, and I didn't understand why. And what I realized very quickly is that at the time, generalist VCs really weren't touching the space. They were very focused on consumer, they were very focused on B2B SaaS, global B2B SaaS. And Janesh had a unique perspective because he'd been at Nexus Venture Partners, and Nexus had actually done some deals in the space. They did Sohanlal and Sumintur and Eka Commodities. And so he had seen that, hey, you can maybe do this. And so we put our heads together, and we had this dream of accelerating innovation in the space. And so we launched Omnivore in 2010 and took a bunch of time to raise money and started doing deals in 2012. And as I've said many times, really the stuff that we were backing early on were generally two things. They were either business to farmer businesses, because that was the only way you could get scale. And that's what companies like Stellaps and Skymet did. They couldn't go farmer to farmer to farmer to farmer. So they would sign Nandini or Hatson, right? If you're talking about dairies, or they would sign, the AIC or the state of Maharashtra. And that was how these companies tried to scale. Or if it wasn't that, if it was a hardware company, right? The hardware, the innovation had to be at a price point where you could justify building out a field force. And none of these businesses, right? The B2B to F things scaled much bigger. the hardware businesses got to like nice profitable size, and we've gotten strategic exits from them, but none of it was blowing the doors off anything. And I think a couple of things really changed in the middle of this decade, in around 2015, 2016. The first was the arrival of money, right? We were just starved for investment. And I think if you want to understand the journey, in 2015, we had a massive consumer hangover, okay? Tiny Owl died, a bunch of other stuff died. Everyone realized they couldn't back 9 million delivery companies, right? And all of a sudden, right, there was this attention shifted towards SME, B2B, fintech, all of these spaces that went beyond upper income consumers and really touched Bharat, right? Really went at the rest of the Indian economy. And I think that was the beginning of the entry and the interest in AgriTech as people began to say, okay, who are the next 500 million users, right? And so that was a big thing. I think the other big thing had to do with technology, right? Why was it so hard to reach farmers individually in 2012? They didn't have smartphones, right? They might have not had cell phones, and their connectivity sucked, right? And so you fast forward and you add, right, smartphones, low-cost smartphones, 4G, Geo, and all of a sudden you can actually, if not directly connect with every farmer in India, right, you can at least connect, right, with more progressive farmers, and you can connect with people in villages everywhere, right, dealers and artiyas and other. So the tech changed, and that changed everything. And then finally, I think the talent changed. I think as the viability of building massive businesses suddenly emerged in this space, you saw a very different kind of founder. You saw a lot, we're now seeing lots and lots of founders that have prior startup pedigrees, and they understand, I'm gonna use a lot of VC BS words, but growth hacking and blitz scaling, and they basically know how to grow stuff really fast, in contrast to a lot of the earlier entrepreneurs who came from more corporate backgrounds. And so I think put it all together in this space has, you know, then you put all of that together, you have 4 years of great growth, and then COVID happens. And I think that's where we find ourselves today.
Yeah, Mark, it's been an amazing journey for you, and hopefully you feel good about making that move to India and then into this sector, right? So
I've never looked back.
Yeah, it's worked out. So Mark, I think, I mean, if we have to highlight, I know that there's a lot of COVID-related case studies we have in this report, but if there is one that you would pick out where you saw the whole the whole impact accentuated in a positive manner, and giving impetus to a particular business or a particular sector, subsector within the multiple areas. Is there one that you would like to talk about?
So I think the sector that saw probably the biggest impact, right, is the first sector mentioned in the report, which is Agri B2B marketplaces and farmer platforms. I think that was the sector, and I don't want to, you know, highlight one case there, but I think if you look at it across the board, right, we're seeing very, very similar things happening. If you look at Dehat, 3 times growth. If you look at you know, what was reported about AgroStar, 3 times growth. If you look at, you know, Aqua Connect, really all of these farmer platforms have just seen the level of interest, right, in connecting just explode, right? And that has driven input sales and market linkages and fintech products and advisory and clicks, and every kind of metric has really taken off. You know, Prashant, from your portfolio, what have you seen? Like, what's been the biggest story that's moved the needle?
I think the one of the companies, Clover, which is again, Mark, both of us are there. So this is a company that largely was working with the hospitality sector and what you call as Horeca. But this company actually has come out of the pandemic with a whole transformed focus and business model, because what they saw was the need to kind of bridge the farmers' inability to access the right intermediary who was helping them actually get a decent price for their produce, and also the consumer who was now not able to get fresh produce. So I think they saw this opportunity. So Clover was able to, in a sense, kind of bridge this demand supply gap that emerged during COVID, and using their platform was able to actually create a win-win situation for both the consumer and the farmer.
No, and I think, and you know, you and I, we had a board meeting recently, right? I think what's so interesting is that they really have the right product for the moment, right? As you have consumers that are asking these hard questions about traceability, that are looking for quality, right? That are more or less stuck at home and eating all the time, right? All of a sudden, right? I mean, I joked that the result of lockdown is that we have all learned how to cook and we've all become functional alcoholics. So, but the cooking part matters a lot, and you know, and so people are becoming more attuned to the ingredients they use. And so I think this whole space of kind of branded fresh produce, of fresh greens, of knowing that what you're feeding your children wasn't grown in wastewater and isn't soaked in pesticide, I think the Clover boys are doing a great job there.
Yeah, and Mark, maybe a related, you know, kind of tangential, but at the same time related, the whole emergence of F2C brands. How do you see this evolve, and will investors who have already been seeing some great promise in D2C brands now quickly see this as an opportunity? And for entrepreneurs who build these F2C brands, any advice in terms of how should they think of them differently? And
sure.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a statement that will, you know, some people will like and some people will hate. I think the interesting thing about F2C brands is I think they are positioned to be the most successful food startups, product-based food startups in India. And a lot of that is to point out what has failed. And what has failed in India is a lot of the, you know, challenger FMCG, CPG stuff that has, to be clear, radically succeeded in the West. Okay, in the West, you have a big food sector, General Mills, Procter & Gamble, Kellogg's, and all of these guys have been churning their legacy brands, the stuff I grew up on, okay, and buying all of these innovative brands for hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars, and it's been incredible, and we have none of that in India. What we have are niche companies in products that are not fundamental to the Indian diet for the most part, and no exits to speak of that are any good. And so I think what's so interesting is and I have to give full credit, not to my own brilliance, okay, but to a woman who I deeply respect, Richa Aurora at Tata Consumer, who one day sat me down in the midst of my bullishness about innovative FMCG and said, basically, Beta, India eats off a thali. Okay? If whatever you're doing is not on the thali, what's on the thali? Grain in the middle, sabzi, some non-veg if you eat it, dahi, right? You know, dal. If it's not that, and then obviously, right, things like dosa and idli in the South, but the point is, if it's not that, if it's cold pressed juices, right, or craft beer, or what have you, fundamentally, it's a marginal part of the diet. And so what is so interesting about the farm to consumer brands and what is so exciting about them is if you look at what they are making really eat that much processed food. Okay, India doesn't eat processed food compared to almost any country in the world. Our diet is basically made from scratch every day. Yes, rice is lightly processed, wheat is lightly processed, but basically you're buying fresh vegetables and raw materials and you're making food. And so what's exciting about F2C is what are the categories, right? You've got fresh to home seafood, right? You've got licious non-veg, right? Chicken, mutton. You've got country delight, dahi, ghee, paneer, milk, right? These are all the building blocks of our actual diet, not the diet of Koromangala and not the diet of young people, right, living in Vasant Vihar, but the diet of most of the country. And so I think what's so exciting about F2C is that, and I think the biggest thing about F2C, the biggest thing that every F2C entrepreneur needs to understand is what is their farm level intervention. I think what Chakradhar at Country Delight has done so well is he's not running, people tried to launch, if you lived in Bombay as I have, right? We have a brand in Bombay called Country Delight, and Country Delight's a perfectly good milk, right? There's another one called Sarda Farms, but they've never really gone anywhere because they're essentially captive large dairies that were built as massive CapEx projects. What Country Delight has done so well is they have figured out the right level of small scale intervention at a farm that delivers quality. And that farm might have 5 cows or 10 buffaloes, but it's basically meant to scale. So I think the biggest thing that farm to consumer brands need to figure out is what is their farm level intervention that is meaningful enough to make them sticky, that is meaningful enough to make the product much better, right? Like for Clover, it's essentially the whole use of polyhouses and innovating around polyhouses, right? That's the trick. And then you obviously have to figure out the consumer side, but you first have to have that intervention that makes your product much better than the status quo.
Yeah, Mark, I think the other interesting thing that we speak about and a little bit covered in this report, but also something that from a forward-looking perspective is really where the big opportunity lies, is the leverage of India tech globally, right? And I think that's a little bit of the SaaS aspect of what we see happening today. Indian SaaS companies building in India for the rest of the world. But I think Agri has a very similar opportunity, may not be just for North America, but for many other countries which have small farm holdings. And Mark, what are your thoughts? And is this an opportunity that you would see Indian entrepreneurs go after right now? Do they have to build in India, mature these solutions a little bit, and then go tackle some of these other similar markets?
So in Omnivore, we always say that India is the smallholder laboratory for the world, right? And there's a reason for it, right? There are about 500 million smallholder farmers in the world. Together with their families, it's 2.5 billion people. They make 80% of the food the developing world eats, right? So this is a huge, it's just a ridiculously large TAM. The interesting thing is that India is very unique amongst that 500 million. We have 130 million farmers, right? But our ecosystem of smallholder agriculture lives right next door to our ecosystem of startups and venture, which lives right next door to our ecosystem of massive, right, industry, Mahindra and ITC and others, which lives right next door to our, frankly, fantastic educational institutes that create a surplus of managerial and technical talent. So India has all of the raw materials that would be required to innovate, not just for ourselves and our 130 million farmers, but for these 500 million smallholder farmers all over the world. And we've seen this in our portfolio. We've in fact seen this in interesting ways. Our portfolio company, Eruvaka, initially tried to innovate for the Indian market, but the price points that people wanted to pay were too low to make the products work. So they started selling abroad. They found product market fit in Latin America. And even today, as their India sales go up, still 80% of their sales are flying out of Vijayawada and going to Ecuador and Peru and Honduras, right? And because they're addressing the needs of those farmers who are, still smallholder, but a little more progressive than what you find in India. To your question about whether you do this immediately or whether you do this in a mix, I think it fundamentally depends on the nature of your business. I think if you're in B2B SaaS in the agribusiness space, please, for the love of God, sell outside of India. right? Trying to make a buck from a B2B customer in India is like squeezing blood from a rock, right? And I think you see in the success at Cropin, their success has been selling outside of India where people are actually willing to pay. I think when you're in India, you have to look at more full stack models. But I think if you have a product company like Eruvaka or like Fussel, right, where you've got a real innovation that you're going to sell to farmers, once you get your algorithms right and get your build right in the Indian market, then there are many, many different markets that you can sell into globally at that disruptive price that we need in India, or you don't succeed.
Right. So I think the financial services sector is another interesting one, Mark, where I think post the pandemic, I think you will probably see many more Sammunati-like companies that tackle the InsurTech space and some of the other ones which have small scale success so far in the agri sector. What is it going to take to make some of these agri-based fintech startups really get to some scale like what Sammunati has gotten to?
So I'm a very big believer in the idea of embedded fintech. I think that Sammunati is just a fantastic company. I wish I'd known you back then and gotten in there. That's definitely on my anti-portfolio. But I think they've done fabulous work in sort of building the ecosystem generally in this agricultural sector with FPOs, with startups. I don't think we need to see 1 million Sammunatis. I think probably the next frontier is really embedded fintech. It's basically, finding ways to put a fintech product into another piece of business. A good example here is is Arya from our portfolio, which is doing a huge amount of post-harvest finance, but they're doing it because they control one of the largest warehousing networks in India, right? They have millions of they have warehouses across the country, village level warehouses, and farmers can go to those warehouses and obviously they can, store their commodities, but to facilitate that, right, they can get a 70% loan to value to do that storage, right? And that then allows the farmer to do two things: cover their household expenses and also, right, take advantage of the natural increase in prices coming out of harvest that we see predictably every year. I think that's an interesting embedded fintech story. I think we're seeing embedded fintech, right, in companies like AquaConnect and Dehat, farmer platforms where they're putting lending into that platform itself. And we're seeing it in companies like Agri, which are lending to agri dealers as opposed to lending to farmers, because that's a less risky credit, especially when combined with product supply. So, I think embedded fintech is a great space. I think the other thing is we're going to see more InsurTech. I think Cropin has been working on InsurTech. I think companies, we have a portfolio company, GramCover, that's probably the largest rural digital insurance brokerage right now. And I think you'll see more and more players coming into the InsurTech space with innovative products, not just PMFBY, but also lots and lots of innovative products that can help farmers manage their risk.
So Mark, there's a couple questions, so maybe we'll take some of them.
Yeah, sure.
One of them is, are we really seeing farmers' incomes being doubled? Are our startups, and I think both of us have enough.
So you tell your case study, and I'll tell mine.
So I can just take the example of AgroStar, right? So they work with close to 1 million farmers, and these 1 million farmers have traditionally have been dependent on just a lot of information that is not timely, and the other challenge is buying brands from local retailers, which are spurious in many cases. It's largely push driven. It's not what the farmer wants, but it's what the retailer thinks they should have. So I think the net result was, I think the farmers, were in this perpetual kind of negative spiral of not making progress, right? And I think in multiple ways, and whether it's Dehat or whether it is AgroStar, I think they have started to look at the farmer's perspective in many ways, and because they want to build a business for the long term, right? And that's the big difference between maybe a very small trader or a very small retailer and some of these more professionally managed and run companies, where they want to get sticky customers for the next 5-10 years and build massive brands which can IPO. So I think that's I think a big difference, Mark, in terms of, so any example from your side?
No, I think for us, probably the biggest example right now is Dehat, right? Where Dehat has been able to increase incomes between 50 and 100%. And they've been able to do it in different ways. They've been able to get farmers, right, higher prices for their produce. They've been able to lower the cost of inputs for farmers and take away the same challenge of spurious products, of giving them the right product for the right challenge at the right time. They've been able to lower their cost of finance, right? You know, if you're borrowing money from an Artia or an Agri dealer, you're borrowing 3 or 4% a month, right? You know, and you've got institutional credit in agriculture at like 13% annually, right? So if you can bridge that gap, you can really make a big difference to essentially just, you have to think of every farmer as a micro entrepreneur. And by definition, as a micro entrepreneur, they have an income statement, right? And that income statement, right, it has their revenue, their yield times their price received. It's got their expenses on all of their farm inputs, and it has their cost of finance. And if you can play with those levers, you can absolutely achieve the goal of doubling farmer income.
Mark, the next question is pretty interesting, and it's something that we keep discussing. You know, will really another Amul happen, or will it really be a very different model where you have multiple platforms delivering values in very distinctly different ways? And what will be the role of FPOs, which in some cases very spotty in terms of what they have delivered, but do you see you know, startups and startup entrepreneurs really, once they start leveraging them, will farmers force better FPOs from? Is that going to be the outcome, and you will see a lot of regional Amul-like impact, or do you see this very differently?
So I think we have to go back to the Amul story, which I would always tell people that you know, Verghese Kurian is one of the great heroes of post-independence India. Here you have this man who had incredible opportunities to study abroad at the top engineering institutes, come back, right, and work in the villages of Gujarat building this business. But you know, why has the cooperative sector worked in dairy and not elsewhere? I think because, right, dairy was a very unique product. It was a product that spoiled. It was a product that had to be processed. And the farmers that were engaged in dairying, right, had a dependency on you know, on a value chain that was eventually built that's very hard to migrate from. I think the challenge, right, I think if we look at the success stories in FPOs, right, the biggest success story is Sayadri. Right, and if you know the head of Sayadri, and I do know Mr. Shinde very well, you know, what's interesting is, again, he has engaged with, in this case, more progressive farmers, but he's engaged in a value chain, right, that extends to the supermarkets of Europe. Right, Sayadri is mostly grape and pomegranate centric, and it's export centric. And so you have an opportunity to really improve the product the same way that Amul did, to market the product and to really build a value chain. I think we will see more success, right, in the horticultural sector from a cooperative perspective, because I think, and I think, you know, this might be a great time, Prashant, to talk about what you're doing in Karnataka, because, right, that's very much central to all of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've kind of hit the nail, right? So there's been so much focus on trying to find the next Amul in dairy, or the next kind of Agri type of Amul product. But I think the value, the untapped value in India is really in horti and some of the other allied sectors. And I think Karnataka is putting together a consortium which is very much like a NASCOM, right? So you might think of it as an enabling organization that will bring the ecosystem together, whether it is FPOs, the private enterprises, startups, and the government, which is very much a part of the regulatory ecosystem that needs to evolve and transform. So we hope to see a good pilot emerging here in Karnataka and get that scaled, and that one nation, one market, I think will probably first emerge in Horti is the sense, and that is is virtually going to be like a new Amul, right? So in terms of the opportunity and how it's going to be more equitable to everybody, and value can be discovered by everybody. There is no intermediaries who are kind of skimming off more than what they should be, and finally, the big opportunity to export these value-added products, which can. So it's not only one nation, one one market, but it's the global market that in Horti there is a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of.
Totally
so,
agree.
Yeah, Mark, final question to wrap it up. If there's one takeaway from the report for entrepreneurs, what do you think that would be?
I think the takeaway for entrepreneurs needs to be that, for those of you out there that are thinking about starting up in this space, this is the moment, right? We have the underlying tech platforms to reach farmers have been built, right? The funding is there, right? There are more and more. Every week we're getting pinged at Omnivore by new funds that are asking us for a deep dive, an explanation, right? Opportunities to co-invest, right? You've got more and more talent than ever before in the space. You can build something huge here, and you can build something that you will ultimately be proud of, that will help transform India, that will help create opportunities for rural Indians, that will create jobs that our young people so desperately need, right? And that will help this other half of the country that has been left behind. This isn't, it's not charity, right? But it's about shared value, and it's about the geographic distribution of opportunity being not just concentrated in the top 5 or 6 metros, but spreading more evenly to all Indians. And so, I hope that people read this and go home and start thinking about what they can build, because certainly we're there to back it.
Thank you, Mark. On that positive note, Ashokji, over to you. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to launch the report here. And hopefully the whole ecosystem, entrepreneurs, different state governments, and rural agripreneurs and FPOs, all of them have something to take away from this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin.
Hey, thank you so much, Prashant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venkatesh. Yeah.
No, not at all. No, this is fabulous. I think it was one of the most exciting firesides that we've had in the last day. Thank you, Mark. I mean, amazing passion, man. Amazing passion. I hope I understand agriculture. I would have become an entrepreneur in agriculture. You're just simply superb. And Prashant, you're amazing as usual, right? So thank you so much, guys. It really opened up a lot of eyes, and I'm sure both of you will help AgriTech, revolution in India by the tech entrepreneurs coming out with IoT devices, and we need that more and more. And please reach out to the IoT forum for all the entrepreneurs, wherever you are. We're all here to help you. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Shant and Mac, you can stay put. The next session will be equally good, and the names you suggested, particularly the startups, will be here. Prashant, you made the fire so cool, and Mac handled it so well. I call Mark as a American Indian because Indians going to USA, Indian Americans. He's understood the ecosystem so well, and so many ideas and solutions springing up. Stay put and let us see the kind of roll down with the next to the startups, and also we have Ranjan here from NABVENTURES. Ranjan, you're there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ranjan.
Hi. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. There's a bit of delay of 5 minutes, but I think we'll manage it so well. Thanks for being the sponsor for this event. And you gave a kind of quick response for our appeal. And we, IoT Forum, will have a continuous partnership with you and be with us, Bangalore, any other part of India. It's my privilege to introduce Ranjan here, an alumni of IIM Calcutta, alumni of Science Stephens Delhi Economics. So that brings a huge knowledge sharing you do with us. And Ranjan has been leading the NABVENTURES, just born child, I should say. NABARD has taken off with a kind of do you call it a venture capital or a kind of something customized for AgriTech? That's the way you are heading, and that's a new venture. Particularly, it's backed by NABARD funding, where mid-stage startups in AgriTech, food tech, agri, rural fintech, health tech, and edutech, they're all clubbed together, and you have, I think, too many opportunities were shown to you in the last 3 hours of the session here. I think you have been an agri-food tech investor and has a huge background of venture capital and private equity investments, and more particularly projectizing and then heading to the project finance. The good examples I saw from the NABVENTURES is the Jai Kisan, where he invested fintech startup, and Unnati, where the agri input and output selling. That should happen if you want to generate a good revenue margin for the startups or kind of operators in the value chain. And the Krishi Tantra, it won the award yesterday in kind of scaling up startup yesterday, and that's a very distinctive feature which you have funded along with Omnivore. And Satyuk, you are going to see them here now, which has done the kind of best of satellite agri data analytics setup. So over to you, Ranjan, tell more about NABVENTURES to all of us, and we want to be your clients.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the kind introduction, and I'm glad to be here today. And I would really like to thank TiE Bangalore IoT Forum and especially Mr. Ashok Medha and his team. So without much ado, I would quickly share my screen and share a presentation which kind of kind of captures the topic for this session, which is smart farming, the investor's perspective. And must add that peripheral agri-tech has really taken off big time. Generalist VCs have backed it with a lot of liquidity capital, while core agri-tech continues to get less of investor attention and dollars. And that's the scenario that has been panning out in the last 2-3 years. And we certainly need to change that. And we are making a small effort towards that. And this is what we do. This is NABVENTURES, part of NABARD. NABVENTURES focuses on agri-tech, food tech, agri-rural fintech, rural edutech, and rural health tech. And we are taking baby steps towards understanding rural startups, and we are not restricting ourselves to edutech and health tech in the rural arena. Right. Quickly, this is our portfolio, and this is all built in the last 4 months, all during the peak pandemic, I would say, when there was maximum pessimism amongst VCs or PEs. PEs are yet to come out of it. VCs are increasingly looking to do deals. But we quietly did 4 deals in the peak pandemic. And this is the landscape of agri-tech. As you understand, this does not include Zomato, Swiggy, which are more on the food delivery side. But this kind of captures the R&D, agri inputs, lab to farm to anything ongoing within the farm, which is a cultivation, post-harvest, smart logistics, storage, digital marketplace, trading to B2B. Where we are present, we have invested our first startup that I would like to talk about is Satyukt. It is an agri satellite data analytics company. It does near real-time root zone soil moisture up to a depth of 1 meter. There's a second company in the world which has this capability. The first one being Vandersat, which is based in Netherlands. No other company, no other startup in India can claim this kind of capability, and they're the only ones which have figured out data from microwave satellites as well, which means that when there is a cloud cover, their satellites can still see, and they are able to analyze the data and come up with near real-time recommendations. Very useful for BFSI, very useful for precision farming, because below 1 meter, up to a depth of 1 meter, basically is where a lot of roots grow for FNV, for crops, grains, etc. So doing cutting edge work. And then we have Unnati, so I talked about it, tech-enabled agri input and output selling platform. Absolutely great founder, and this is going to witness hyper growth very quickly. And NABARD is there to help us on that front. Krishi Tantra, which kind of won the award for most promising IoT startup in the scaling up category. It does rapid soil testing within 30 minutes, comes up with soil testing as well as prescriptive practices that need to be followed, and or which kind of crops or FNB need to be grown in the soil. And then we have category leading agri-rural fintech, Jai Kisan. So I disagree a little bit with Mark out there saying that embedded fintech is the way. It's not. Certainly, there is a space for pure play fintech like it is in the banking world. It's there. The space is certainly vacant and going begging so far. But Jai Kisan has kind of quickly ramped up its portfolio of loans in input financing, equipment financing, and invoice discounting, right? And with the might of NABARD and its pan-India presence, and connects with regional rural banks, cooperative banks, 4,500 plus FPOs. I mean, the sky is the limit for growth for Jai Kisan, and we have already, apart from equity capital, we have arranged more than 30 crore of debt for them. So that capability, no other fund in India, VC fund especially at that, has. And we are going to become more aggressive as we progress throughout. In the next 12 months, we are looking at very, very aggressive funding for AgriTech startups. Of course, the screening will be very, very tight. We have already looked at 400 plus AgriTech investment opportunities, and we have pulled the trigger only on 4. And the fourth one is, of course, so Unnati I've covered. So these are the 4 startups that we have at the moment. And moving on quickly to NABARD, touching upon NABARD's network. NABARD is the apex development financial institution with a balance sheet size of USD $75 billion. And NABARD has promoted more than 4,500 farmer producer organizations, and another 4,000 need to be promoted out of the 10,000 announced by government. This is a ready-made market for any startup in agri looking to scale up. So Krishi Tantra is going to benefit hugely from the, we have already started the process of introducing them to various FPOs, district-wise, taluka-wise, village-wise, in pan-India basis. And the same thing holds true for entities like Jai Kisan. So NABARD also provides loans to FPOs, SMEs, and base of the pyramid individuals through 3 subsidiaries. So we have access to that network as well. And NABARD is an LP in 20 PE VC funds. So, the prominent ones being Avishkar, Orias, Omnivore, Mukur. So, it's not that NABVENTURES is directly investing. Indirectly, NABARD is investing through various 20 PE VCs in support of the agri-food ecosystem. So now quickly moving on to the topic on the smart farming. If you go back in time, 200 years ago, 90% of US population lived on farms. and produce whatever they were eating. So farm sizes were large, horses were used for cultivation. So in 1930s, one farmer could feed 4 people. Today, one farmer in US can feed 155 people. And the thing is that going forward, maybe 200, 250 people need to be fed by one farmer, given the pressure of population and shrinking land sizes. So technology has come forward as a way out for solving some of the challenges faced by global and Indian agri-food ecosystem in the form of IoT, AI, ML. You know it better than us, right? So, however, the caution I must highlight that these have been largely limited to commercial scale and cash crop cultivation. And it's been very hard, road for some of the agri-tech startups. What are the challenges in global and Indian agri-food ecosystem? So I'll just briefly touch upon a few points. On the demand side, increasing population, 1.64 billion, 164 crore Indians by 2050. Increasing demand for proteins as income levels go up. Shift towards ready-to-eat foods. Nobody has the time to cook. Quality consciousness, health awareness, especially true for millennials, and they are forcing a lot of established brands to change their offerings. Supply side stress, we all know that. High reliance on costly agri inputs, soil farm degradation, low crop yields, shrinking land availability due to increasing urbanization, fragmented land holdings on top of that. So 85% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers in India. And that's a huge challenge for companies, agri-tech companies looking to scale up. Water resources drying up, so water stress, climate change, increasing temperature variability, and shifting seasons. We are already witnessing, it's not far away, it's happening. Reduced labor participation in agriculture, lack of real-time data, and distribution inefficiencies. So agri-tech, including smart farming, is emerging as a solution to supply-side challenges. So I'll quickly go back to the smart farming market map. So on the one hand, you have agri inputs, so gene-edited seeds. We have witnessed gene-modified seeds in the past. There have been controversies, but gene-edited is doing very well in the West. There are no regulations in place in India for gene-edited seed, but it can solve a lot of quality problems or yield problems in Indian food ecosystem. Then there are bio-agri inputs, farm databases. Guys have tried farm imagery-based solutions, digital e-commerce of inputs, tech-based agronomy that's still going vacant, and precision agriculture. That's the next component. So this is as close as it gets to smart farming. Farming as a service, farm monitoring, farm ERP, novel farming. I know farm infra, which includes vertical farming, beg your pardon, farm data analytics, crop insurance, smart irrigation, farm mechanization. Guys have tried Uberization, but they have failed miserably. Nobody has been able to scale up. Guys are pivoting, and few captives survive, so to say. And not much progress has been made on connected or automated machines. Very little progress has happened on farm robotics side. Rapid quality assessment, I put it in orange because it is technically post-harvest most of the time. So actually that is not part of smart farming. So that's the map that you're looking at in terms of opportunities within smart farming. These are the various solutions. I've already touched upon them. I just wanted to add that here you can also include livestock, the poultry, fish, seafood, all of that. So now coming to the smart farming funding in India, 2013 onwards till September of this year, roughly on a cumulative basis, $185 million only, which is 27% of cumulative agri-tech funding. Cumulative agri-tech funding in the same period has been close to $700 million. So this is the breakup. This is how the trend has moved. And initially real-time data, I'm going back to 2013. Okay, before that, I'll just kind of touch upon a little bit of history that somewhere in 2013, Monsanto acquired Climate Corporation for a valuation close to $1 billion, just a shade away from $1 billion. And that started the global noise around AgriTech, and a lot of guys started warming up to AgriTech, and then it percolated to India. So in the initial years, the nascent years, so to say, 2013 onwards, very few deals, less than $10 million cumulative were happening, mostly in real-time data dissemination, RML, and so on. Then that became a laggard, and little bit of e-commerce picked up for agri input and related services. Coming to 2016-17, again, this time a new leader emerged, in the sense agri equipment rental marketplaces in the form of VM3 tried to gain prominence in terms of this or VC funding related. Then come 2018, again, the baton moved on to enterprise software, crop in, and so on. And 2019 was the peak year, the bullest, the most bull phase of the market. Bulls were calling all the shots. And this time around, e-commerce of agri inputs and related services gained big prominence. And large, you can see it established a new peak in smart farming, close to touching $70+ million. And last 9 months, as in 9 months, Jan to September of 2020, there has been a little bit of sanity. Guys have been a little bearish during peak COVID. When we were very active, the guys were really pessimistic. And this year has been a little bit of come down, or rather a huge come down for smart farming. What has gained prominence is the peripheral AgriTech, as I like to categorize them as, the Ninja cards, the fresh to home, and so on, who have gained more dollars at the expense of smart farming. And if you take out some of the elements as a quality assessment, if you take out, and if you take out, let's say, the last three, e-commerce, seeds, and agri-chemicals, agri-biotechnology, which is what is more also very, very important. If you take them out, core smart farming funding is actually has peaked out at $25 to $30 million. And there have been bits, and there have been very bursts of funding, and then there has been huge come down after that. So the green that you see, the big jump in 2018, is actually not core smart farming. It is still apps more for dairy management, right? And 2019, again, agri equipment rental gained a little bit of prominence, but after that, it's been a downhill slide. And I hope in the last 3 months of this year, things would have changed. But this is how it is. So I tell the story the way it is, not the way in terms of talking of valuations or something. This is the harsh reality of Indian agri-tech, in particular smart farming. So now coming to this is the Gartner framework, hype versus reality. In a low interest rate environment, when global liquidity is cheap and persistently cheap since 2008, when Fed cut rates massively since 2007, they cut rates by 1.5% in a single day in August. From then on, and in fact, in the last 30 years of global capitalism, rates have only moved one way, and that is downward. Right now, you have a 10-year bond yield in India at 5.5%. So in a falling interest rate environment, which has been falling for the last 30, 35 years, startups have emerged, a lot of valuations have gone up, but at the same time, technology has gained prominence, and as technology has been promoted, technology has found its way towards capital. But I must say that there has been a lot of hype, stories built around, maybe excessive PR happening, a lot of stories happening, maybe, and that's why the question marks, are we in a hype phase for nanosatellites? There were a lot of talk about drones, farm-based PDAs. Have they moved beyond the peak of inflated expectations? Are we in a phase of disillusionment on drones, on farm sensors, Uber for tractors? No big players. The largest player probably is almost non-functional. On farm sensors, quality assessment, image-based, right? Not solved the real problems or offered a comprehensive set of solutions, or there were too fragmented solutions. So that's why in a low interest rate environment, you have a strange phenomenon of peripheral startups getting a lot of the dollar funding, which is, if I were to look at the data cumulatively, 64% of cumulative funding which has gone in after 2013 has gone in this space, which is the front end B2B marketplaces, and another 8% Agri has gone to Agri input distribution platforms like Dehat, Unnati, and so on. So that's the sobering reality that investors have to live with, that have we found the holy grail of agri-tech investment or smart farming? Or is it a tsunami behavior that things go the wrong way first? The water recedes first in the sea before it comes back with a vengeance. So are we getting lulled into believing that agri-tech is doing very well, or agri-tech is doing very well, but in reality only the peripheral agri-tech is scaling up, dollars are being given to them, and very few questions are being asked on per unit economics and so on. And let's say if I were to flip it, let's say a high interest rate environment were to come back. Let's say bond yields move in India to 10% or above, and globally also to say 5 to 6%. Then a lot of the startup story or the valuations which we have seen with FANG in the past becomes untenable, and business models quickly lose prominence. So it could be the case that B2B FNV could move to disillusionment phase, and some of the smart farming startups, let's say Uber for tractors or agri biotechnology, quality assessment, on-farm sensors, makes a comeback. So it's a shifting sand of time, right? Depends on the interest rate to a large extent and investors' willingness to back them. And of course, the new technologies coming up. So I would quickly like to touch upon LP concerns. That there have been very few or close to zero exits in core agri-tech space. Benchmarked valuations, guys are sitting on 2, 3x or more, but it's all just benchmarking exercise. There is no exit. Maybe it makes them happy, but LPs are asking very tough questions, especially government LPs are asking those tough questions. Then they are sitting on mixed returns. What to do? New investors or funds like us have concerns that we like some of the core agri-tech startups, but inflated valuations. They are still prisoners of the past. So, something has to give in terms of securing more funding. And I think there has to be willingness and flexibility. So just wanted to add that investment is not a public debate activity. Investment returns come from thinking, researching, and value creation, most importantly, in portfolio companies, and which, with the backing of a giant institution like NABARD, we are best placed in terms of rolling out the carpet in terms of FPOs, bank finance, and so on. And unconventional thinking doesn't always make you popular, but it merely pays off, always. So Jim Rogers' wise words of wisdom. So we need to think differently when it comes to agri-tech investing. If we really want smart farming or core agri-tech to make the progress, so some way, some of the steps that we need to take today to kind of get this right. One is FPOization or collectivization of Indian farms. Progress has already been made in the last 6-7 years. Close to 5 to 7% of farmers are currently organized, and more will be. But there is a lot more that can be done. And once that happens, then a lot of the core agri-tech startups, which is where IoT, AI, ML is actually being used, not just digital distribution. Those are the startups which will start getting viable, because when you organize as an FPO, you are actually increasing your farm size, which is what has happened in the West. So the viability for the startups goes up. You need comprehensive platforms led by big data companies to organize the fragmented or standalone core agri-tech solutions. Somebody is doing quality, somebody is just doing imaging, somebody is doing something else, or somebody is just putting sensors in the soil. But nobody has been able to come up with a comprehensive farming as a service platform, which is large and actually trustworthy and affordable for small and marginal farmers as well. And then we are hoping at this point in time that my hope, and this is sincere hope, that there will be pull effect from large peripheral agri-tech startups, Ninja Cart, Fresh to Own, Country Delight, and you name it, hopefully they'll start implementing quality standards, and so let's say quality assessment becomes important, or something. Some of these startups which are doing the core agri smart farming bit, they can get some sort of business from the larger platforms which are being created at the front end. And some sort of new viability funding mechanism needs to be devised, with maybe roping in CSR money, local state government support. And I must add that Telangana government, Karnataka government have been very, very proactive. Impact funds maybe, and capital markets, maybe new instruments, convertible grants, the way it is used in Israel. Unfortunately, convertible grants do not enjoy legal status in India today, but certainly that's a way out. Structured bonds, and say fall in technology costs, which will take time, but will certainly happen, and increased involvement of Indian agri-food corporates, the Mahindra, Tatas, and so on. So with that, I would like to kind of end my presentation. Just 1 second. And we'll be happy to take questions, sir.
Yeah. Ranjanji, great words of gratitude to you. I think you put the kind of AgriTech issues surfacing very well, and it's so nice that an investor of your status right from the NABARD, understanding it and coming. I think it's more of understanding which the AgriTech and the domain needs, and then try to make the kind of offerings, whether you call it as a PE or a kind of venture capital or whatever. Customization is, and it's very, very important that AgriTech cannot be treated like other domains in funding the capital formation, or maybe think of working capital support and technology. Innovations happening should also make money in the entire value chain process. Thank you. Please stay put with us. We have the startups, and I think we'll have to shorten the time for them, but we'll still do hear to them because they're all there waiting to show up the customized solutions. We have Varun along with us. And one aspect which I always want to put through, yesterday, like Supriya was putting Socrates in, saying that we know the problems, but can we sit quiet just seeing it? But should we work on that? And the way we work is the one which we see with the startups here. Varun, take over. Just bring them. We'll give 4 to 5 minutes each.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Ashok, and thank you, Mark and Prashant. That was a great presentation and a great fireside chat. I think let's get right into it because we are stuck on time. So I'd like to introduce Sandeep from Krishi Tantra. This was actually one of the NABVENTURES funded startups. So you can go ahead. Shivi, can we get him on the screen?
Yes, he is on the screen. Sandeep.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Sandeep. Go ahead.
So, just share the screen.
Yes. We can.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Sandeep Kondaji. I am the founder of Krishi Tantra. So we are an AgriTech startup company focused in the area of precision farming, where we again focus on the soil health management. And we are founded in the year 2017 in Udupi. Right now we are headquartered in Hyderabad. So recently shifted here with our base. So we address the core area that core problem which is related to over fertilizing or under fertilizing, wherein the unbalanced fertilizer application has led to various issues in terms of the productivity of the small landholders of India, where in any statistics you take it, it is like 40-50% of loss will happen in the production stage itself. And also due to excessive usage of chemicals in the farm, It has led to various health issues of farmer and also to the soil by itself, which has taken the organic carbon level in India by over today on an average anywhere in India other than Northeast region and Kashmir region, it is less than 0.5%, which again, no matter how much chemical or fertilizer goes, so the crop will not be able to consume the nutrient that are available. So which has led to one is a farmer loses on the income that is about to generate from the farm, and also potentially about to lose the soil, also the land in itself. So one of the statistic in Karnataka alone, if you take, so about more than 30 lakh hectares has been is not viable for growing any crop because of higher toxicity level in the soil. So the solution for that is to initially perform the soil test, and based on the required amount of fertilizer, so it has to be applied by the farmers. And in India, we have only about 3,000 odd laboratories, which basically takes a ratio of 1.5 lakh farmers and only one laboratory, which take decades for the laboratories to provide the turnaround. So the solution is here. So this is Krishi Rasta, which is a patent pending product, which has been done, developed, designed in India for Indian farmers. So wherein in about 30 minutes, the soil profile will be generated which will basically analyze all the macro and micronutrients along with, and which we are also launching this month to also identify microbial tests also. So very quickly, I would like to show the product here in front, which is there. So this is the product. So wherein the 500 square feet lab is being miniaturized to 1 cubic feet. So this is the product where the complete process is automated and which can be operated by a person having literacy of as low as like one of the center where it has been deployed. So it is about only 8 standard is the education level that is required. So the farmer profile will be taken with the farmer name, the crop, preferred crop, with the language preference. So in 30 minutes, farmer will bring the soil sample in front of farmer. The soil will be tested, and also a recommendation will be provided to the farmer based on that particular crop. So this is the one which we have done, and we are there in about 14 states today. With more than about 100 centers, partner centers, where we have worked, and more than 20,000 soil tests has been done so far, and going forward. So we will be there also deploying this in Kashmir, in Pulwama and Shopian, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. That is the target, to reach about 500 centers by March. So that's a quick story about us. So I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping that very brief and very comprehensive. I think the innovations in soil testing are going to be huge, and there's a great opportunity for that. So next up, we have Deepak from SME Chain. Deepak, can we get you online?
Yes. Let me share the screen.
All right, so we just have a hard stop at 4 minutes. I'll give you a 30 seconds heads up.
Sorry?
We have a hard stop at 4 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so hi, this is Deepak Hegde. I'm the founder and CEO of SME Chain. We are a disintermediation platform. It's a SaaS platform for farmers, FPOs, and producers. So we've been working for 2.5 years. Our vision is to streamline the unstructured agri value chain and through digital transformation. Everyone knows about the problems. I'm not going to go in there. The solution, we believe, is disintermediation, and our platform does exactly that. So the way that if you see the current mode of operation, the produce goes from farmer to a retailer or the wholesaler through various steps. Our disintermediation platform is providing the workflows and the digital tools for auto discovery, instant reach, direct connect, bid and reverse bid, and catering to different models like B2B, B2C, and B2B2C. So at a glance, this is the overall scope of the platform. We have what is called as distribution as a service. Has few components to it: discovery, reach, connect, trade, and track. We provide digital tools and workflows to achieve that. One of the things is when you push your produce, it reaches a large network of relevant buyers, through SMS as well as push notifications, etc. And the SMS is also tracked two-way, so that we know exactly who expressed the interest. Just to go a little bit deeper into the platform, we build it based on a lot of data and what we call as taxonomy, which is nothing but a supply chain taxonomy of various farmer producers and also businesses that map to that. And we build a lot of algorithms and AI for targeted reach and recommendation engine algorithms and auto learning built into it, ultimately to provide the workflows for disintermediation. So this is what user consumes, basically a direct reach or a bid or a reverse bid. And we can take the farmers to agripreneurs instantly. We also have payments such as UPI and net banking and so on. So this is some of the producers that we put in our bid marketplace, along with sending a targeted SMS to the relevant buyers. And we send it to a large database of 3.5 lakh businesses, which are mapped to the supply chain taxonomy that we build. We have, as I said, ability to track the SMS two ways, and we enable the bid and reverse bid as well for inputs. So for the techies out there, just a little bit more details as to what we exactly do. We build the value chain of supply of certain commodities. So for example, raw groundnuts or peanuts, to peeled peanuts to peanut flour and butter and groundnut oil and so on. So those businesses, excuse me, are mapped to the producers, and we build the auto recommendation engine. What do we do with that? We essentially answer one question: who are the right businesses to send these produce deals to from a large network of businesses that are out there. And we've taken a novel approach where we build the taxonomy to do that. And we extend the taxonomy also to mandis, arrivals, and diseases, crops, etc., to build a large data set for you to make relevant decisions. So our app allows pushing the deal to building a network where we take people from cold lead to warm lead to hot lead, and we have the ability to track the expression of interest from the SMSs as well, which makes it a warm lead, and when they bid, it becomes a hot lead. In terms of credit eligibility, we build business insights directly from GST. And we also suggest, business, we also build the revenue trend and a B2B network as well. Last but not the least, our digital tools can help convert farmer to agripreneur instantly, both for outputs and inputs. They can create catalogs and sell their produce directly to consumers. And for example, FPOs can sell that to the farmers, the inputs to the farmers. In short, we believe that FPOs have direct connect with the farmers, and they are the trusted partners. So we believe empowering the FPOs and smaller businesses to go digital, so that we can democratize this the approach to AgriTech. With that, I'm rushing. Sorry. Thank you very much, Tai and Ashok and others for giving us the opportunity. We're looking forward to connect with FPOs, traders, other ecosystem partners, and large enterprises as well, and also the investors, as we continue to scale our products and solutions. We invite you to connect with us as part of our journey. And also please visit our booth and we will be happy to answer any questions. Thanks again, guys. And thank you, Tai, again.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Hope I was within the time duration we was given.
Yeah, that was great. So unfortunately, we actually have about 4 more startups that we would like to showcase, but due to time, we're going to have to reschedule them for 4:30 p.m. Today. So please, if you are interested in seeing what else is going on, we have some very, very cool and innovative companies with their technologies. So please join us at 4:30. And yes, you
Thanks,
can go ahead.
Varun. Thanks for the great moderating here. In fact, all these startups have the stalls. Please spend some time with their booths there and come back at 4:30. We'll give you another opportunity. Satyuk, we want to listen to you. The other two, Faisal and we have Stellabs. I think we should get back to you at 4:30. Joy, accommodate us in the same track at 4:30, and we'll be there for another 20-25 minutes and take the Q&A from the audience. It was a great time we had with audience and the people around. I think it went beyond my expectation, Joy.
Yes, thank you so much, Ashok. Thank you so much, Varun and team. Thank you so much to the NAB Venture team, Ranjan. We want to listen to the entire set of startups. So we have created space for you on the same track, which is the intelligent track. And this I'm talking to the audience as well. We have a large audience dialed in and waiting. So stay tuned. We will continue the Agri track at 4:30 with the rest of the startups also sharing their success stories. Thank you all so much. I have great pleasure in inviting the NASSCOM panel on board now. I shall hand over to Vijeta Shastri, who will introduce who is the session chair and who will then take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Kostav, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can. You're very audible. Thank you so much, Kostav. Okay.
My pleasure. How are you today?
All well. I think Ishak's also there. Harish is also there.
Okay.
All right, perfect. We'll just hang on for a second till they come in. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Harish.
Hi, Ishak here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Vijeta.
Hi. Okay. Sorry, we got slightly delayed by a minute. Sorry about that. We had a startup. So what we're doing is we're shifting them to a slightly different track later on in the day. And startups are startups, right? When they start talking, they don't stop. So, but we got to give them time. That's what TAI is always famous for. So fantastic. So Harish, we will not delay more. Shivi, when are we going to go live? Are we live already, or we're just going to go live in a minute? Hi, Aisha.
We can go live. We're live.
We're live now? Okay, fantastic. So without wasting any more time, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much once again for being part of the IoTMatrix. It's a delight and pleasure for me to introduce the very stalwart and fantastic panelists for the upcoming session, which is going to be talking about the transformational role of IoT and AI in healthcare. And who better to moderate this panel than Harish? And of course, we have Ishaq Kadri, well known in the entities and in the forums, always giving a lot of insights and doing a lot of work with the ecosystem and startups. And then we also have Kostav Chatterjee. So Harish, in the interest of time, I'm going to hand this over to you. Kick-ass session, looking forward to it, and all the very best, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think Kostav is going to be moderating it. Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Harish. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the TAI Matrix 2020 conference. My name is Kostav Chatterjee. I'm a principal at Frost & Sullivan's Global Healthcare Practice, and today I'll be moderating a session on the transformational role of IoT and AI in healthcare. We have a very credible panel, as already mentioned by Vijay, on this issue. We have Mr. Ishaq Kadri, who has more than 25 years of experience in IT for healthcare, retail, and transportation verticals. He has been a secretary of HEM's India chapter. He was also IT consultant at Meteor Hospitals Delhi and VPS Healthcare in Abu Dhabi. He's also a visiting faculty at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. He was the ex-CIO of Shalbai Hospital and a group CIO of Kerala Institute of Medical Sciences. He was also the founding member of Hospital IT Association, which is also called Hospital Tech. And his expertise include IT strategy, operational excellence, program management, EMR adoption, and change management for information security. It's my pleasure, Mr. Ishaq, to welcome you on this panel.
Thank you.
We also have
my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
We also have Mr. Harish Rijwani. He's a seasoned healthcare IT professional. He has spent more than 17 years in healthcare IT. Right now, he's working as a very important executive with CTS Tech, a global healthcare IT conglomerate. He has also been a writer and author of many healthcare IT related books. He is also a visiting faculty at leading business schools in India, including Wellinger Institute of Management in Mumbai and also KJ Somaya. Harish, it's an honor for me to also welcome you on this panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My pleasure to host you both. And let's get started with the discussion itself. I'll
Why
kick
not
off.
the moderator also introducing?
So I briefly introduced myself to start off with Ishaq. So again, my name is Kaustubh Chatterjee. I've been working with Frost & Sullivan since 2015. I primarily work with healthcare IT companies globally and help them in their growth strategies. My role involves producing syndicated research content and also collaborating with our global consultants to offer targeted insight around how healthcare IT solutions should be conceptualized, deployed, managed, and created for long-term sustainable impact for patients and every stakeholder in the care continuum. Prior to Frost & Sullivan, I was working with another procurement consulting firm based in Chennai called Bureau Incorporated. That was my first job, and I spent 2 years there advising big pharma companies and helped them procure digital marketing services from global marketing agencies. I've done MBA from Delhi, and before that I did BSc in computer science and statistics. So that's about me very briefly. Okay, so let me kick off this conversation around IoT and AI by giving a broad overview of how Frost & Sullivan defines these technologies. We all know that these technologies have profound potential to change the fundamental digital infrastructure of the healthcare business globally. And we have done a lot of work around how IoT and AI solutions are used by progressive providers, payers, medical device companies, pharmaceutical companies, and research agencies to create a range of solutions that target towards not only patient population, but also for every other aspect of their entire business. So the reason I'm trying to emphasize on that point is because we need to make it very clear to the audience listening to the panel today that these technologies are not essentially built only for the patient population or critical patient population. These technologies have more widespread application across the entire healthcare ecosystem. These technologies are broadly used in operational departments. These technologies are actively being used globally for managing revenues of global major hospital networks or payers who are basically collaborating with hospitals and reimbursing patient care. They are also actively investing on IoT and AI technologies to make more informed decisions about how to understand the underlying gaps in their revenue cycle workflows or the operational workflows, and then come up with corrective measurements so that at the end of the day, the relevant stakeholder can address that gap proactively before something goes wrong. And then with the use of this technology, they can effectively address those issues in hand and then ultimately run the business sustainably. Also, we have done a lot of analysis around the revenue potential of these two technologies. We know that AI, artificial intelligence, is a broader terminology. We have multiple different sub-technologies within the broad AI ecosystem, and one of the technologies is machine learning. Then there is NLP, voice recognition, and these technologies have, again, very different use cases across the healthcare ecosystem. We have use cases in mature markets where in hospitals, doctors are leveraging voice recognition platforms to effectively diagnose a complex disease case. We have applications in emerging markets where built-in AI algorithms are effectively identifying disease areas from a radiology images or from a CT scan. They are effectively identifying not only the affected area, but also with the use of progressive algorithm can quantify the impact of that particular affected area to the long-term health of that patient under observation. So with keeping that applications in mind, we thought that AI in healthcare will have tremendous growth from revenue standpoint. Today, the market is roughly worth about $7 to $8 billion globally, and we believe with a 40 to 45% CAGR from 2020 to 2025 period, the market will eventually hit the $35 billion market threshold, and primarily because of the COVID-19 related activities that we are seeing across the globe. COVID-19 really has opened the eyes of many providers and payers, and they are now actively investing on progressive capabilities. They have no other innovation around whether to invest in these technologies or not. They have evidence and proper use case in their hand right now, and they know that if they invest in progressive technologies such as AI and IoT, they can benefit and also improve the population health at the end of the day. So that's why we believe that the market will grow from a $7 billion market to $35 billion market today. 50% of that revenue by the end of the study period by 2025 will be contributed by public agencies. This is a very important aspect that we should focus on. We always believe that these technologies are meant for the private world, but that's not the case. Globally, if you look at China, if you look at other emerging markets, billions of dollars are being invested by government stakeholders to create their own network of AI technologies and IoT technologies. Because AI technologies is horizontal, right? It cut across different healthcare verticals. It captures evidence and data from different stakeholders, different departments. So for a government stakeholder, it makes sense to have that underlying national level architecture in place through which they can collect data at scale and then also protect that data, ensure that the data is not transferred anywhere else to another country, and they learn from that in utilization. So with that keeping in mind, we believe that AI will have tremendous amount of growth from 2020 to 2025. Coming to the IoT, very briefly, we believe that IoT has even broader applications. We are basically referring to the medical device industry here. All medical devices today have on-device IoT capabilities. We have 5 different segments within IoT called on-device, in-clinic, in-hospital, at home, and then also when someone is moving and different sensors are being deployed in the ecosystem itself when they're collecting data today. There are ethical issues at hand, and we'll talk about all that. But I think because of this wide-scale adoption of IoT across every aspect of healthcare, that market will also grow very rapidly and will have a greater contribution to the global healthcare IT market. We believe that by 2025, the IoT market for healthcare will contribute up to $70 billion. And I'm including all revenue coming from medical devices as well. The likes of Medtronic, Philips, G Healthcare, how they're using IoT in combination with their integrated medical device and hardware systems will eventually contribute $70 billion by 2025. So with that being said, I'll quickly take a pause and then start the next chapter of this panel discussion. Ishak and Harish, you know that today we'll be covering both the business and the technical aspect of IoT and AI healthcare. So I'll start with Harish. Harish, you've spent almost a decade, in the more than a decade, actually 17 years in healthcare IT. You've written books on how these technologies are being used across the globe. Just trying to understand from where you stand and how you interact with your clients, what are the core issues that you try to address today, having spent 17 years in this industry from technical standpoints? What are the issues you try to address from challenge perspective? Do you think most mature markets, even mature markets, are ready to adopt IoT today, or what needs to be done to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure and the other enablers, including investment in place to promote aggressive, prevalent adoption of IoT and AI in healthcare?
So thanks a lot, Kaustubh. So from a mature market, right, when you look at the mature market like US or even for that matter in UK and Canada, where there is a lot of investment on the IT side, especially on the provider space. Quite a lot of payers do invest money in, irrespective of what region, payers do invest money in, on a technology perspective, because they see a benefit of savings from their side. Okay, so one of the things from a challenge perspective is, does the provider really have an investment? Do they have an appetite to really invest in something like IoT? Right? That's the first challenge. Because from a provider's perspective, right, their goal is to care for the patient. Their goal is to, irrespective of whatever the method might be, their goal is to care for that particular patient and make that patient well. So one of the first challenges is obviously, do they have that appetite? All right, just to begin with. But beyond that, when you look at it, there are quite a lot of elements. There is the aspect that there are so many different medical devices. Everybody doesn't have a single way of communication. Like we are talking in English, right? Everybody's understanding that language because it's common across everyone. But a medical device can have a standard of IEEE, ISO. Everybody has a different standard because they're all, if anybody is from an electronics background, right, they're all chips and sensors. Every sensor is sending data in a different structure, in a different format. So that is the key challenge. If I start integrating that information, if I start integrating those key devices. Which one should I pick? Right? Should I pick all the 100 which are there out there, all the 1,000 which are out there, or should I pick only 20? And within those also, right, you will find that there aren't many devices which are really FDA certified. And I'll just show you, if you can see this, right, this is a known-in, that is a device which has the capability of sending data via Bluetooth to your iPad or your iPhone.
Yep.
Okay. Not many devices which are off the shelf, right? In today's world, in 2020, almost everybody in the world has a pulse oximeter, because that's what the market has come to, right? Because that's what the environment has become, that everybody knows what's an SpO2.
Yep.
But that's just showing you a spot check. You cannot do anything with it. If you want to send that data to somebody, you still have to build an interface, right? You need to see, because those normal devices really don't have a Bluetooth sensor. This known-in device has a Bluetooth sensor. That is why it's able to send that data to an iPad or an iPhone. But beyond that also, I still need to do a manual intervention. That is, I need to click on the iPad and iPhone and send that file in an Excel format to my doctor or physician, whomever I want to send it to. Okay, so that's one of the other challenges, that known-in is not that, what do you say, it's not cheap. I had to buy this for my mother a couple of years back, because she has a lung problem. She has a lung condition. So which is why we have to monitor her SpO2 regularly. Okay, I had to procure this from outside. I didn't get anything over here, and quite a lot of the ones which are there, right, are not that great in terms of, it's okay, but it's not that great. So again, that is another challenge when you're looking at it. Is the device really giving you the right output? Okay, so you need to pick the right device, especially if you want to monitor it from a long-term perspective. All right. And again, the point that you mentioned in terms of security, right? Is my data, if I have to integrate this information, is it going to be secured?
Yep.
On the right hand side, right, one is the left hand side, I have to share the data from my known-in device or any other Bluetooth or any other device for that matter, right? One is, how do I read this data? The other side is, are you able to understand the information that I'm sending to you? If I am the device and you are the hospital EMR system, are you able to understand what I'm sending it to you? Because hospitals also will not understand this language. The hospital needs to understand data in terms of your common standards like HL7, EDI, but obviously EDI is not going to be relevant over here, or FHIR for that matter, or XML or any other format which an EMR system understands. So those are some of the key challenges which I just wanted to quickly throw out there.
Okay. In terms of majority of different markets in their ability to implement IoT and AI in healthcare, would you be able to rank top 5 countries today based on your experience?
Rank, I would say probably, I mean, I work mostly in the US healthcare space. So obviously I have seen a lot of organizations using IoT over there to a certain extent, right? Especially medical device integration is key. That's a basic thing that people look at, because that way they are able to at least get that information from within the hospital. Okay, so I'd probably rank US, because they are much mature as compared to all the others. They are willing to spend.
Right.
From that perspective, they're willing to spend. That's why they're probably ahead.
Yeah.
Then I'd probably go to UK, then Canada. All right. And the Middle East is also spending a lot in terms of there are quite a lot of hospitals in Middle East which are at HIMSS level 7 in terms of maturity of implementing EMR system. So they have digitized their entire hospital systems to a very large extent. Okay, so those are some of the top 4. The advantage, if I say India has, is they are really new to start with. Okay, they can actually implement this faster as compared to anybody. They don't have to worry about what system you have, what system you don't have. They can actually implement it pretty quickly as compared to everybody else. And I can relate it to something like ICD-9 and ICD-10. US had a lot of challenges migrating from ICD-9 to ICD-10. In India, it was very easy because they just had to start from ICD-10.
Right.
Yeah. So in that sense, those are the 5 picks I can probably talk about.
So I think India has a unique advantage of starting with a clean slate, right?
Yes.
And we don't have those rigid regulatory protocols to follow to start with. We can definitely get started with few pilot programs across large hospital networks in India to see how these technologies are impacting patient health at the end of the day. But also I wanted to quickly touch on the opportunity that Indian IT startups have to scale their products abroad, right? We are actively emphasizing on our ability to create technology for our own domestic need, but also what we also need to kind of focus on is the fact that historically speaking, the Indian IT sector has become the backbone of global major businesses, including healthcare. The likes of TCS, Wipro, they have already created that analogy of being the number one IT service provider for large banking clients or healthcare clients across the globe. And some of the startups that I'm working with in the field of IoT and AI have been asking me about the opportunity they have in hand to create a technology here and then scale it in outside India, including the 5 markets that you just described. Obviously, the GCC markets will be, closer in terms of proximity, but then there are, opportunities there in the North American market as well, because as you mentioned already, they have the largest appetite to spend handsomely or aggressively on these capabilities. And they have the corporate buy-in at the leadership level to actually approve those funds and get started with these projects, because they know that if they don't invest in IT, they will leave behind. And probably some of the other markets like China will surpass their capability. And already we're seeing that trend that in the US, the import of healthcare IT from outside US has been accelerated. And US authorities are also concerned about the fact that we need to also invest locally in our domestic technology capabilities to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure in hand to address our local needs. So everyone is basically looking into that local opportunity, but then India is at the intersection of all these global markets, and I think it's best positioned to offer the solution to both local markets and international markets. Now, moving a bit towards the business side of IoT and AI in healthcare, I would like to basically understand from Mr. Ishaq Qadri's experience in this field, having worked as a CIO with major hospitals, and right now he's also advising major payers and providers in India and outside. So Ishaq, just wanted to kind of capture your perspective on do you think that hospitals and payers are ready today to invest in IoT and AI from this emerging markets? If yes, then what are the areas they're right now focusing on? And really, let's talk about the business aspect. Who pays for the services? What is the long-term impact or ROI of these technologies from the supply side, etc.?
Sure. Thanks, Kaustav. And once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. Based on whichever part of the globe you're joining from, or a good morning and good evening. So anyways, that's the beauty of doing this virtual events, right? So everybody from across the globe can just join in. So before I quickly answer your question, I wanted to just make a few initial thoughts here. I think IoT and AI are kind of huge areas. These are huge topics, both individually as well as collectively. And we will try and do justice with whatever time we have in this short period. They are related to quite a lot of extent, and from the perspective of convergence that we know of, right? So maybe we will try and address. We have the challenge of addressing them separately as well as together as well. So I think with that, I wanted to make a few opening comments on the question that you asked, just to get everybody on the same page. As we all know, hospitals, have been late starters. I would let me call it that way. They have been late starters as far as the technology adoption is concerned. To the extent that the governments globally had to pitch in and come out with incentive programs to kind of motivate the providers, in the adoption of technology there. So in a nutshell, if you ask me, hospitals are, in a sense, this is just an approximation, lagging behind the race for IT adoption. When you compare them with their peers like the retail and the banking sector. So that is primarily that one needs to have this understanding, and this is a global phenomena. This is not just restricted to India or Middle East or Africa or Australasia. So having said that, now I also agree with the point made earlier that this could actually be a blessing, starting late is not always a curse. Okay, it could be a blessing, because we have an opportunity, okay, to be able to build the whole bottom, this entire stack to be built up, right from the bottom, and with the application of the latest technologies, we will not have the burden of taking forward some of the legacy applications, okay, which are so difficult to connect with or do interoperation there. So health information technology, let me make a statement here. Health information technology, which we call as HIT in short, once was perceived as a barrier, okay, once was perceived as a barrier, okay, is now considered to be a bridge. So I think that's the reality of today, and pandemic no doubt has put the focus back into where it should be, and we are seeing a lot of so we are seeing a lot of focus, and a lot of organizations and hospitals are having a lot of interest. Okay, so the current mood and sentiments are upbeat. Okay, as a decision makers, recognize the importance of IT based on various factors, including the pandemic scenario, also the fact that they themselves experience a lot of it. Okay, in their own ways, in different sectors. So coming to the question directly, so this was about a few opening remarks here. Okay, so the traditional role of the hospital itself is changing, that we all know of. There's a paradigm shift happening there. Now, are the hospitals ready, okay, for this new invasion of technology into the hospitals? Are they ready for, I mean, for a want of better word, I use that. Okay, it's not really an invasion there. So I would put it this way: psychologically, yes. Okay, so the mood is upbeat there. They are mentally prepared, because we used to face challenges. I remember 10 years back, 15 years back, getting an appointment, because I was on the development side and building EMRs and practice management systems. So getting the appointment with the hospital itself was a challenge, because first of all, there was no CIO. I mean, very handful of hospitals had CIOs. Okay, so we've come a long way in that sense. There is a psychological shift in the positive direction. Infrastructure and the data related prerequisites, my answer is it's work in progress. Okay, so some of the places it is in real infancy, but there are other places where it is quite advanced, and we need to catch up with that. So predominantly, if I had to make a statement here, okay, we are looking at a range of implementations happening here. Some of them are in a go live stage, some of them are in a partially go live stage, and a lot of them are in advanced pilot stage. So that's a quick answer from whether the hospitals are getting ready. And I think this would be really helpful from the startups and the IT folks who have attending this conference today. So that's point number one. Now, coming to the question about the data, okay, whether how are we ready in terms of the data and its availability, who owns it, and what are the challenges related to it? So let me say this. I mean, let me wear the cap of a CIO now, and then say this from a real hospital or a provider perspective. Okay, the first and foremost thing I would put the onus here, okay, as a contributing member of the whole hospital community, is that we need to look at really transforming the operations of the hospital in a sense of a 360-degree shift there. I think because the technologies we are talking about are not just one layer on top of something else, correct? It is going to completely disrupt the whole of the operation. So hospitals, when I say organizations, in this case hospitals, have to be ready, okay, for a 360-degree redesign of their operations is point number one. And the second point I have is to the IT community, which I also belong to from, although I work closely from the provider side, is that there is a gap that still exists there. There is a sense of, what do you call, some amount of, what do you call, if you allow me to use the term, there is a sort of a mistrust that, okay, IT companies, they come and they sell some solution which, may not work, okay? So we need to acknowledge that there is a gap that exists between what the business owners are looking at, what they want, what their needs are, and what the technology can promise. Believe me, it does not mean that technology is always falling short of their requirements. No. There are at times we are overdoing the job. There are at times where it is not required, we kind of
no, they are not ready for it, and we are trying to sell something there, correct? So I think that is something that one needs to understand, okay? And this challenges to the IT companies who need to bridge this gap, okay, work very closely with the organization, understand, where they're coming from and what their challenges are. And I think the CIOs have a major role to play here as being the bridge between the hospital and the IT vendors and the fraternity out there. So that is what I would respond to. Now, from a data perspective, more digitization leads to more data. We all know that, and data is the new gold or the oil. And how do we manage with this huge influx of data? What is going to happen with this data? I know of hospitals who are doing decently well in terms of gathering this data, but they have no clue as to how this can be put to use. What kind of insights can be drawn? I think that is where we see a lot of companies also pitching in with their analytic solution or with their machine learning to AI. I think that's a huge opportunity. But again, the prerequisite remains is data and the infrastructure, which Harish also hinted at. And so how do we address this challenge of data? Okay, there are 2 points that I wanted to touch upon here. Okay, number one is this, managing of this whole data has to be looked at in a real strategic way. There has to be a strategic thinking that is required in terms of looking at the overall life cycle of this data. Okay, where it is, getting captured, to what happens in transition. And there's a term that you would have heard is the continuum of care there, right? How do we manage the whole continuum of care? So right from looking at data getting transformed into information and then getting into a knowledge/wisdom there is what is the challenge that the industry needs to address. And the second challenge is about the security concerns which are there. Okay, there are like huge security concerns, not because the technologies are not there, but there are a lot of concerns that need to be addressed because the potential or the vulnerability of this data is much higher, even much higher than the financial information, because the richness is very high. So these are my thoughts with respect to the questions that you asked. I'll give it back, Pastor. Thanks.
Thank you, Vishak. I totally agree with you on all those points, and just wanted to also mention a few things before we carry on the discussion. We have 9 more minutes to go. We are getting a few questions from the audience as well, and we'll have a targeted Q&A session towards the end. But very briefly, I just wanted to mention that speaking about the readiness of the market to adopt and embrace IoT and AI, there are a few things that we should also focus on. I was speaking with a couple of colleagues from North America, and they were saying that, okay, IT is fine. The technology and its appetite in the market is getting higher. There is no problem in that aspect. But the problem we're facing today is the availability of skilled resources who will be responsible to manage those infrastructure. The technology is built, but in the healthcare IT industry, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the business is recurring, and you need continuous update and upgrades to ensure that the technology is up to date and it effectively addresses patients and other stakeholders concerned across the care continuum 24/7, 365 days a year. From that aspect, I think one thing that is extremely lacking is the targeted focus towards building that resource, that capability. I'm not talking about the IT resource. I'm talking about people who will be responsible to write codes to build those technologies, to train those staff who will be ready to work in IoT and AI tomorrow. We know that we are already getting a lot of news around how coding is gamified and it has been democratized. The access of coding platforms has been democratized, and some of our brothers and cousins are using obviously various India-based applications to at least get aware of the fact that coding is important. But from IoT and AI standpoint, these are very serious technologies that need specific training. And do you agree with me that moving forward, India as a country should also focus on building skilled resources to manage IoT and AI in healthcare?
Absolutely. I mean, you hit it right on top of it, wherein the resource, the skill gap is huge. And we are just not talking about it, and we are just not giving it the due importance that it deserves. And that is just not on the development side, which you highlighted, which I completely agree with. Also, it is on the on the hospital side as well. Okay, on the hospital side, we do not have enough, the skill sets for people to even adopt and apply these technologies. I mean, that's a big gap. At a higher level, if you ask me, that's my business model. I get calls from hospitals for that. But at the same time, when I go and advise hospitals, okay, there is no team which is ready to take this forward, and that's a gap that we need to fill with. Also, I mean, if you allow me for a minute, just want to talk about what's happening in the market. Like currently, what has become sort of staple and what is So according to my own engagements and what I have observed is okay, the EICU concept is fast picking up, right? So there is a good and this is where again there's a good collaboration happening between the entire, the players in the entire ecosystem, right? From the vendors, you have the Philips of the world and the Nihon Kodens and the GEs of the world, right? Who are kind of, coming out with, and our Indian companies also doing quite well. You have this Mindray and all that. So the point is that there is a good, collaboration happening there. So EICU is taking very good shape these days, wherein, these vitals are being constantly monitored, and then the bedside devices are getting integrated. The second trend I wanted to quickly highlight here is about the variety of sensors and the various variables and all that, which are doing quite well these days. And last but not the least, from an AI perspective, radiology is the first pick, from an AI standpoint. COPT, which is the short form for chronic
I think
obstructive.
we have been muted.
I am not sure about that. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I think we have been muted.
No?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. So from a radiology standpoint, you have, the COPD detection from a disease management perspective, diagnosis happening, lung related, and finally the cancer, breast cancer being one of the most predominant ones. And one of the things which I have come across recently is the voice recognition. I think this may be of interest for the startups and the IT companies there. Voice recognition is moving really very fast. So just watch out for that. And with this quick reminder, I'll give it back to you, Costa. Thanks for that.
So I'd like to just add one point, Kosu,
Yes, Harish.
Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the points that you mentioned about skilled workers in terms of people who understand AI and IoT pretty well. But an aspect which is very important in this is, do we really understand the data? Okay, that's key. Because in healthcare, you have so many different standards. Okay, in terms of you have an ICD code, you have a HCPCS code, which is there for syringes or any other element, right? There are so many different types of codes. If you are purely from a banking background, and if you look at a number, right, 109.4, you might just think it's a number, but that 109.4 might actually be a diagnosis code. Okay. So that is also an important aspect. Do you really understand the data? And like you mentioned in the beginning, right, healthcare is so vast. You need to understand each domain that well. And that is also a gap. You have people who can explain, the technical expert, that what is this data really mean? Okay, that's key in completing the entire cycle and getting a good output.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Harish, there. And I do believe that the need for data visualization and proper data science in the application of healthcare will continue to increase. And we need more resources, more skilled staffs moving forward would be effectively understand the healthcare data consumption pattern and act based on that insight. We talk about the core role of AI as being the #1 technology which can effectively translate insight into actionable intelligence. But you need people to understand that actionable intelligence from that aggregate insight that you're collecting from disparate departments and hardware systems from the healthcare ecosystem level. So I completely agree with you on that. And we are seeing a trend in mature markets where companies are investing in automated technologies as well, where technologies are not being only consolidated at a central repository, but then algorithms are applied on top of it, so that that next step of conversion from insight to intelligence can happen seamlessly. and then the intelligence is then given to a set of stakeholders who will make decisions, including physicians in this case, at point of care, based on that evidence that they're collecting through technologies. We have just few minutes left, and I just wanted to mention that the question that we had from the audience was the areas where AI and IoT will have maximum impact in healthcare. And I think we have already effectively addressed it by talking about breast cancer, voice recognition, the need to improve skill gaps, and having that holistic infrastructure in place through which we can collectively address the need to procure evidence at scale and make decisions based on that evidence 24/7, 365 days a year. Just one last minute that we have, I just wanted to touch on the future of IoT and AI. Already these technologies are termed as futuristic and progressive in nature, and even mature countries are just getting started with these technologies with pilot programs. But if you look at the long-term horizon of these technologies and their evolution in a 10-year, 15-year period, I think the rollout of 5G network from 2021 onwards will again prove to be a very important accelerator for IoT and AI in healthcare. One of the key bottlenecks that I faced while advising leading healthcare IT users in mature markets is the bandwidth issue. Some of the issues they have internally is the fact that their technologies are very progressive, even sometimes too progressive for a 4G network. So they do need 5G network to process through thousands of research evidence seamlessly so that physicians can focus on actual patient care. Today, physicians are being told to document a diagnosis comprehensively, spend hours on computers trying to understand the underlying problem of a patient's complex disease profile, but they should not do that. They should be actually at the bedside with the patient, talking to them, educating them, trying to make them understand what the problem in hand and how can they get out of it. So keeping that context in mind, and also in the research side, in the pharma domain, how technologies are used to improve the drug pipeline or create new biomarkers for the next big blockbuster drug or the vaccine that we see now coming up, and the effort that went behind the scene to build that vaccine. We saw tremendous amount of usage of AI and IoT's application in healthcare. So from that perspective, we have already understood that 5G and the role of 5G in IoT and AI will be tremendous. There's one use case that I wanted to quickly highlight. In Chicago, AT&T worked with a hospital called Rush Hospital, and Rush Hospital completely transitioned their entire cloud network, including EMR, to a AT&T 5G network, and created the seamless infrastructure through which they're connecting with payers, they're connecting with patients and their family members. Everything is happening seamlessly through one centralized command center, which is powered by a 5G network. And as more countries invest on 5G network and adopt it progressively for healthcare as well, I think the role of IoT and AI will be more prevalent and more result oriented. So with that, I'll quickly thank again Harish and Ishak for your valuable time today. I look forward to staying in touch with you. I would also like to thank TIE Bangalore and NASCOM for giving the opportunity to host this and moderate this event. With that, I conclude today's session.
Thank you so much, Kaustav. You did a brilliant job of moderating. I have to apologize I made a small glitch in the beginning. We are getting a little bit stressed, trying to manage 3-4 panelists.
No, I understand. I totally get it. No problem.
I really apologize. I usually don't make such things, mishaps, but sorry. And yes, thank you to Raghu, who's not in part of this group, but Raghuram has been part of the NASCOM Center of Excellence. I was part of the same team and I was working very closely with him. Ishak, that. So he has helped us to set this up. And what we would really love to do, Kaustav, Harish, and Ishak, is beyond this, let's stay in touch. There are a lot of opportunities, IoT Forum, I would like to, Joy is there, Vinky is there, Som from Bharat Fund is also there. Wonderful people. And there is lots more of opportunities for collaboration and working together. And if there are any reports or if there is any kind of knowledge insights, every one of in your parent organizations, you'll take out a lot of information and insights. If you want us to share to the larger community of startups and enablers, etc., more than happy to do that. And with that, thank you, gentlemen. You have been very kind. Lots of wonderful insights. And please stay for the rest of the conference because you have the floor platform. There are a lot of booths. There are about 50 odd startups. So if you just want to go in there and watch the rest of the sessions and interact with people, please go ahead. Okay.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Vijay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, Vijay.
We can stop the live now.
Yes, I'll stop the live.